Before we begin to item number 2, I would like to wish Jen Keane.
Let me just check. Can I just go back to see Amanda, Jason, and Nora? You guys there? And can you hear us?
I'm here. This is Maura.
I'm here, Amanda.
I'm here, Jason.
Thank you.
Second item is approval of the agenda. So I have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Made by Lindsay, seconded by Bob. All in favor? Aye. Going forward, I believe for most of the other motions that we have to vote on, we're going to have to do an individual roll call because we have 3 people that are remote. But this is just approval of the agenda. I don't think we really need to do it for that. Item number 3 is our work session, elementary literacy programming presentation.
Thank you very much. I apologize about my voice. So good evening to you all. We are going to talk to you today about the literacy program and everything that has been kind of coming out this year. And I'm going to respectfully ask that all questions are held up until the end so that we can get through the presentation tonight. So basically, you know, the literacy work in the district has been ongoing, and the state of Connecticut had come out with the new legislation, and along with the science of reading, they have come out with 6, I think it's actually 7 now, approved reading programs that they have asked schools to select from and to implement. And you know, we've been talking about the literacy curriculum in our district. We really understood, you know, we're looking to enhance our curriculum. We're looking to better align it with the science of reading. So a team of us had started meeting in October, and I'm going to put the team members up there. It's made up of a team of coaches. The majority of us are here tonight. We're gonna all introduce ourselves in a second. Coaches, administrators, you know, we basically met to have a lot of discussions about the work that has been done in curriculum, you know, throughout the last couple of years, to discuss the new legislation, as well as next steps moving forward, what's best for our learners. And that's what we're going to talk to you about today. We're going to give you an overview of what we have done. We're going to give you an overview of what we're currently doing, and then we're going to talk to you about the steps that we've been taking to meet, to discuss the programs, and then the decisions that we've kind of come to and what made us come to those decisions. So I'm Stephanie Corrado. I'm one of the learner-centered specialists. Liza would love to be here, but she's currently on a nice work study in Morocco. So she will be back next month. And then you want to start?
Sure. My name is Noelle Durkin, and I'm the principal at Memorial School. I'm Kristen Allen. I'm the literacy specialist in the district.
Deb Mariani, I'm the instructional coach at Brewster School.
I'm Deb Murray, the principal of Brewster School.
And Tom Ford, principal at Lyman.
Jen Keem was also a part of our literacy team. And we also had Tara, our learner-centered coach. With Leslie Kilroy, who's also an instructional coach at Lyman, and Shauna Johnson, who's an instructional coach at Memorial. So this is the group that's been meeting since October to discuss these shifts. So I'm going to leave it out to you, Kristen.
So last March, Deb and I had the privilege of meeting with the Student Achievement Group, and I think some of you were present for that presentation. And we reviewed the literacy shifts in our district at that time. These slides, I believe, were embedded in this presentation as well. But just to kind of recap, over the last several years, probably for 5 years, we realized our curriculum was very comprehension heavy because we were using the units of study. And so we realized that we needed to kind of make a shift and embed more of the science of reading and structured literacy. So we changed our curriculum and implemented foundations. We also wrote a phonological awareness curriculum that aligned with foundations because the foundations didn't have that component, and we knew we needed that. We also provided structured literacy and science of reading training within the district. This included Orton Gillingham training for our special ed teachers, our interventionists, our general ed teachers and coaches. And or in Gillingham is a structured literacy approach to reading. We also provided science of reading professional development to our teachers K-5. We provided professional development on dyslexia. I don't remember the exact year, but we provided a summer institute for our K through 2 teachers that happened over the course of 2 weeks on some structured literacy. And we also had Louise Swirling come to our district, and she's actually from town, and she gave a presentation on structured literacy as well. We also attended some other PD outside of the district. We attended, a couple of us attended letters training, DIBELS training, writing revolution training, and literacy how training. We revised our benchmark assessments to ensure we were assessing various areas of reading, which included phonological awareness, decoding and encoding, and fluency, in addition to comprehension and vocabulary. We were recognized for this work, which was a huge accomplishment in our district. We were the members of the Literacy Leadership Institute, and we were also invited to the Ready CT conference as panelists to discuss all the shifts we were making in our district because we were ahead of the rest of the state. Yeah. Deb, did you have anything?
No, so if we go to the current curriculum, I think a lot of what I'm going to talk about kind of overlaps with what Kristen mentioned. So we have our existing curriculum documents. That's a live link to the documents that we're currently using. The curriculum is a live document, right? It's always shifting, it's always moving. You know better, you do better. So when, as Kristen said, when we noticed that it was comprehension heavy and we needed to explicitly teach using the science of reading for our students, we started to embed that into our curriculum. We had some coaches work pretty heavily on a 3rd grade unit last year, which I think went well. It was really not sustainable though, because it takes a long time to have like a homegrown unit. The literacy presentation is linked. That's a reference to what Kristen was also talking about. Just the shifts that we've been making in the training that we've been having in district. The reading intervention. So what we've been working on, Kristen's been great and such a wonderful resource. She's trained the district in OG practices. Myself, the other coaches, the tutors, special ed teachers. And right now, the assessments that we're using are, we're using our iReady reading assessment in grades 2 through 8. We're using our iReady math in K through 8. We're using our DIBELS assessment in K2. And that for the first time this year, back in November, Noel, we are piloting the DIBELS assessment in grades 3 through 5. Because we know that the right to read bill in the legislation from the state is a K3 initiative, and there's many students that are in grade 3 and are still working to break that code. So we're just trying to catch those students as well. We use the PAST, and we also have foundations units assessments that we use for our assessment.
So as you've heard Kristen and Deb share, there's been a lot of really good work being done around literacy, a lot of very good work. We want to make sure that that is known. Our teachers, our coaches, specialists have been working very hard to develop, to continue to improve upon the curriculum that we currently have. But as Deb had just said, that's just not sustainable. That requires a lot of time. Time that we would have to take teachers away from learners, so that would impact our learners. Even if we were to think about paying teachers over the summer, that's still not enough time to continue to do this work. So that's kind of, when we started to talk about these vendors that were introduced from the state. So I'm just going to go through a brief timeline of what our team has been doing from the start in October, when we started talking about the legislation up until this point. So again, in October, we met for the very first time to discuss the legislation that had come out. And then we were tasked with going off and individually researching the approved vendors. At that time, there were 6 of them so that we all kind of had an idea as to just what was out there, what was, being put forth by the state. Then in November, Deb and Kristen had actually attended a vendor fair to be able to have an opportunity not to only see some of the programs, but also to speak to some of the vendors in person, but there were other people there as well. Once they came back, we had another meeting and we discussed the top vendors that Deb and Kristen felt were the best for our learners. At that point, we invited those top 3 vendors, we'll share with you who they are in a second, to come and speak to us individually or as a team for a longer period of time. So we did that in mid-November. They each came, we had some Zoom meetings, some in-person meetings, but they brought some samples with them. They really went through their programs, kind of gave us a very detailed outline of what their programs entailed. They answered our questions for us. So they were very, very helpful in helping us to then meet again to discuss who we felt was the best for our learners moving forward. At that point, we had brought Dr. Shookin to talk to him about our plans. And then we reached out to the vendors that we decided upon to start getting some quotes and some ideas. We did reach out to see if there were any other schools that we can actually speak to, teachers perhaps that are already doing these programs. There's not many in the state of Connecticut, and it's not because of the program we selected. As a matter of fact, out of the 7 approved programs, only one of them is currently being used by one district in the state of Connecticut. So that just kind of goes to show you there's not many districts using these programs right now, but there are other districts in like Massachusetts. I know that's one, there's one school in that state that we're hoping to be able to connect with soon, but we want to hear from teachers that are using this specific program that we're going to speak to you about in a little bit. We met again last week actually to kind of discuss, now that we've kind of had this vendor after today's meeting, what would be our next steps. And our hopes are that, after today, we would like to get this program into the hands of teachers. We want to start talking to the teachers. We want them to have exposure to it. We want to give them time to explore what the program has to offer. We have some training lined up for our coaches so that they can be prepared to help support the teachers during their explorations. And then if teachers are, being go-getters and ready to jump in and try something out this year, then, that's something that we can talk about. But our idea this year was really to give teachers time to explore so that we can really best prepare for their professional learning moving forward.
So based on what Stephanie just shared, there were 3 vendors that you heard that were the vendors that we decided to have the in-person or Zoom meetings with. The 3 vendors, however, only represent 2 different curriculum options. One is CKLA that is done through Amplify. And then the other program is EL Education, which is one curriculum. However, it's offered through 2 publishing companies. We did have an opportunity, though, to meet with both of those publishing companies, even though they offer the same curriculum. Obviously, the resources that they offer that coincide with the curriculum might vary a little bit. So based on those top vendors, we decided that the EL Education option was the option that, as a District K-5 team, that we felt really encompassed where we currently stand in the district and our move towards more learner-centered education. A big component of this program is the shift from whole group instruction to small group instruction. It is much more personalized. So although there are there are whole group components of it, it's for a much smaller amount of time. And it encompasses about a 2-hour window every day that you would be providing this literacy instruction. But the literacy instruction does include all of the components of structured literacy. So that means that it includes the reading components, which would be like the phonological awareness, the decoding, the encoding. There's also pieces that work on the written expression, the language, the
Vocabulary.
vocabulary,
fluency, yeah.
comprehension, fluency, it has everything there within that 2 hours. So although that sounds like a lofty amount of time for elementary students, it encompasses everything. So what we currently do with our foundations program would be replaced with this current, with the EL education program. They also offer differentiation options too, built in to guide that small group. And all of those differentiation options also are based on assessments that are done. So as we shared in previous slides, there are assessments that we use across the district that are big umbrella benchmark assessments, and then some more like the dibbles in the past that can hone in on a skill and help to guide strategy group instruction. Well, this program takes that into consideration, has those assessments there, and then streamlines it all so that the assessment drives the instruction. There was also an option for more text diversity, as you can see up there as well, and allowing all voices and all learners to be heard. There was also a component of the program that we really liked, which is a learning lab block that is more interdisciplinary. So it gave us the option to be able to take like NGSS science standards as well as the social studies frameworks and embed them more into our lessons, which had been a goal of the district, was to make our learning more interdisciplinary rather than done in content area silos.
So many of those key factors why we did choose EL education were part of our pros that you see listed up here on our slide. One of the biggest pros I think I'd like to highlight for you is particularly the difference between the CKLA and the EL is the CKLA was more of a whole group curriculum, where the EL education is more small group. Most of the instruction is done through small group instruction. And given our direction in our district and how we believe students learn best, we believed it was a better program that really could focus on learners and where they were and enable us to personalize that for each and every one of our learners. So that was a really big sell for us, the fact that there was a lot of small group instruction and it was very personalized. The other piece where Noelle was speaking of the learning lab, within the learning lab, it is interdisciplinary and it allows us to be able to tweak some of our science and social studies into there in order to integrate it and not have to do it in silos. So we had some discussions with the representatives of the ability to actually change some of it and tweak it to enable to cover our units that we cover within our grade levels. And that is a possibility. And I also think a pro and con of the program is the assessments that are done weekly. There are weekly assessments that don't necessarily replace our DIBELS screener that we do 3 times a year, but those assessments can also be a part of our progress monitoring. And the progress monitoring requirements that we have within our even CT SEDS now is a very big, really plus for us, because we're really trying to move in the direction to have strong progress monitoring for our students. That is a requirement of CT SEDS now, and that CT SEDS are for everybody. As we move in that direction, it really can help strengthen our progress monitoring for our students in the district. So I think it's a pro and a con, because assessment does take time, but it also gives us a lot of information in order to give the best instruction for our students and guide that for them. There's rubrics within a lot of the learning. They have different genres of writing. It's all inclusive. All of those components are within the program itself. Professional learning. Another drawback was the decodables that they do provide with the program. They weren't a big selling point, but they are decodables that we can supplement within our own decodables that we have in our schools. We have a big bank of decodables we've been creating within our elementary schools over the past few years, since the start of when Kristen was talking about her timeline. So we have a big bank of decodables within our schools as is, and these decodables will supplement that as well. There's a lot of collaboration and peer work together that happens within the program. And kind of lost my way for the next slide. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so you can go to.
Yeah, so so EL is an open source curriculum developer. So they develop content and materials, but not the publisher. So we met with two companies, Imagine Learning and Open Up, who do that, who take those materials and publish them, for school and district use. On the left, you get sort of the cost for Imagine Learning. There are two options within the Open Up vendor. As you can see from the Imagine Learning, I know Stephanie and Liza have both reached out to the company, for quotes. All I can say is our anticipation is that Imagine Learning would be significantly more expensive than Open Up, just based on our sense from the presentations and the materials and the types of things that they shared with us. So two options within the Open Up publishing. You can see the initial startup cost, and obviously, the upfront cost of new curriculum materials of this nature, is where your highest cost is going to be. If you look below at the second row, the annual cost, it is significantly lower, going forward. Basically, the difference between the two options for Open Up are more the digital components, a little bit more of personalized learning features for learners. Some of the I would say more of the electronic bells and whistles that option A would not provide. And you can see the difference in cost, and typically with some of those online resources or things that might track performance for kids, there's going to be an ongoing cost associated with that too, hence the higher annual cost. And then the final column, I guess, is really kind of looking at the in-house and the current curriculum, and I think it was alluded to or I know it was alluded to earlier, just the time either in developing curriculum, in terms of teacher time, paying teachers to do that work, obviously the printing and copying costs, which can't always keeps us in line with how expensive that can be. Doesn't seem like that because you're not seeing that cost immediately, but and obviously the human time of it takes to get those materials in the hands of our learners, because it is a laborious process, especially when you're considering it from a K-5 perspective, 5 grade levels with numerous units in both, if you think of literacy as both reading and writing, and then of course the integration of content, it becomes a very labor and time intensive endeavor with associated costs.
And this is for K3.
We're looking at K-5. So
That's our full presentation. So now we are going to open it up for any questions that you might have for us to answer for you.
Oh, I'll go. No, just to, most of them are clarifying. Except one I would say is more than clarifying, and I would encourage to not turn Imagine Learning aside, because we imagine, see what they did there, the cost rather than know the cost. I know you've had a hard time hearing from them, but I would like us to make the right decision for the right program based on the reality. And so I would push that out there, that I'm trying to pull some strings to get someone to give you a call back. Because again, I don't really have a dog in the fight as to which one. I do have experience with Imagine Learning, but as you said, it's the same curriculum. It's the same. It's a new question they have is, so you're saying that you would not stop using DIBELS as progress monitoring?
As benchmark.
So, I mean, again, the idea of a DIBELS screener should be a one-time thing anyway, because it's a screener. So why do we use it 3 times a year?
I think that's something that we're still having conversations about. I mean, the iReady, obviously, we're not planning on
Right.
continuing on with that after this school year. But the Dibbles, you know, that is a good question, and I think it's something that we would definitely be able to explore a little bit more on whether or not it would be beneficial to just do it at the start of school year as that screener, or if it would be better to use it 3 times a year. But I think that is definitely something that we can have conversations about and consider.
I believe we do have to give a
Twice.
approved,
Yes.
a screener.
Yeah.
From the list for Connecticut.
Right.
Which Dibbles does
Is
fit
the
that.
only, right.
Yeah.
It's the only
Yes,
difference.
yes,
The
Dibbles
only
is the
Dibbles.
only one.
It's the only okay difference.
And so that does fit the mark, and what our experience has been is that, by using Dibbles, we are given more actionable data. It also takes a lot less time than administering what we have previously administered for iReady. So if we did make that move away from iReady, as the K to 5, or now it's really kind of 2 to 5,
So again, I think that whatever program you choose, whether it's EL or Imagine, that the weekly assessment, which is so intrusive into, right, it's digital, it just happens. Like the kids don't even know they're being assessed. I mean, it feels to me a formula is Dibbles once a year and then progress monitoring. I mean, you don't really need 2 systems for progress
Right.
monitoring.
Right.
Just throwing that out there. I'll stop in a second.
Last questions that we're here for.
Have you considered letting the teachers, or perhaps you already have, letting the teachers see the 2 programs,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
as opposed to just giving them one to play with?
yeah, absolutely.
And then how does, I know how Imagine Learning does, how does EL fit into a broader K-12 literacy plan? Right, because it's not a curriculum, it's a program. So how is it going to fit into the K-12 literacy plan? And what does it have? Like, you know, I'm not a salesperson. That another program has like this middle school, a really strong middle school program.
That
And
was my
they,
question.
yeah.
Right.
And so how does EL address that alignment, that K-12 literacy alignment?
We're definitely going to have to look at our curriculum from 6 through 12, and we're going to have to take a look at how to take this and how it builds each year, and what makes sense that's working well right now in 6 through 12 to keep, and then what is not working and how we can use this and continue to build on, because there isn't a program for 6 through 12 right now. We don't know if, you know, maybe in the future they might come out, who knows, but that is something that we would have to sit down, we would have to take a really hard look at what our curriculum currently looks like for 6 through 12. And we would definitely have to make some changes to align it, so that when the learners who are currently learning from this program get into 6th grade, it's not like a major shift for them and something completely different from what they've been doing for the last, 1, 2 to 5 years.
And I think some of the practices like science of reading practices have been started at the 6th through 12th grade level in strategy groups. I meet with Gina Lantini, who's the coach there, and Melissa Rosenthal, who's the interventionist there. And so we have kind of brought some of the structured literacy and science of reading interventions up through 6th through 12th grade as well. I attended the Hill for Literacy series for adolescents in science of reading. So yeah, so I'm hoping to bring some of that information to the 6th through 12th grade.
Do you think you might hold on to some of foundations for targeted specific kid populations?
That would be. I mean, we have to use the data to kind of
Right,
guide our
right.
instruction. We're hoping that this new curriculum, with the assessment that they give as a baseline, will help target our smaller group instruction. And then based on how they do within those smaller groups, we might have to supplement, we might use foundations, we might use some of the Orton Gillingham practices, just as long as they're aligned with structured literacy and science and reading.
I mean, our hopes are that we wouldn't have to continue to, do what we're doing now and grab the foundations and grab
Yeah,
from here
right,
and grab from
exactly.
there, because this program should encompass all of it. But until it's kind of like I said, it's, until we start to actually get into using the program, we won't know until we get to those marks and see, you know, do we need to keep using foundations? Do we need to keep using some of these things that we have, and we might need to. But, you know, hopefully we won't have to use it as much as we're using it now.
And aside from the program, in terms of science of reading, we're well ahead of the curve. And in terms of training our educators, we have
That's right.
25.
Because that's the biggest shift,
Yes.
is the paradigm shift,
Yeah.
right?
So we have 25 of our internal special ed, regular ed, literacy coaches, interventionists, about 25 across the district from K through the high school, trained in OJ, but science of reading.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for
Thank
being
you.
here. I know you have a million curveballs every morning since 6:30, so I appreciate you coming. First question I have is, if memory serves me correct, so we do have increasing needs with English language learning students. And do these platforms support those? That is very high priority, I would think, because, you know, we don't want to leave anybody behind.
So there are pieces, it does incorporate some strategies to work with our ML learners and our special education learners. But again, that's something that we're gonna have to do a lot more research on, because with any of these programs, it doesn't, you know, they might give you the very vague, very general, like you can do this with those learners, but you have to personally know who your learners are and what their specific individualized needs are to be able to really address what it is that they might need and really target that. So we're still going to probably need to bring in supplemental materials to make sure that we give and get those learners exactly what they need to make sure that they are, you know, learning and progressing.
Do you foresee a need as we approach budget season to redirect resources to better support that group as well? I mean, obviously it requires human effort, not just
Right.
the
I
computer.
mean, you guys want I'm joking.
We need to know this before we jump in, because we really should know this.
Something that
months
we're-
ago.
it's something that we're considering in the budget proposal, and I asked these guys to stay away from exact. Where would all the money come from and flow from? But those are I'm glad you asked that question, because that frames it,
Mhm.
I think pretty well, and I think. To your point, what they're looking at and what we're looking at is, you know, what new funding streams might be necessary in the budget, but also what is existingly being programmed that could be shifted.
Mhm.
And also, I think the very significant difference between the year one costs and the recurring costs with either option A or B, or whatever expensive option. But even that goes into a budgeting kind of strategy of, you know, are there existing one-time funding streams available that might fit nicely into that? And these are all the things that we would present in the budget proposal. If, in fact, you all wish us to proceed forward with all of this work, which we're hoping you will, because we just feel like it's what we need at this point. And that doesn't commit the board to spending a single dollar on any of this juncture. It just kind of allows us to frame it into the budget proposal to see then if what we're proposing, even from a funding, kind of makes sense for year one and for recurring.
I believe Maura has a question. Am I correct?
Hi, guys. Yes, I'm sorry for not being there. I actually have a few. Let's see. I think this first one's for Stephanie. You had mentioned, I'm pretty sure you said that there's one school in Connecticut that is doing this program. I had come in late, so I'm not sure if I heard that correctly.
That's okay. They're not using this program. They're using one of the approved programs, but it's not this one.
Okay, and where is that?
I'd have to check my notes. I want to say it's Suffield, but I'm not 100% sure if that's the district, but I can check my notes and let you know exactly where it is.
Okay, and do you know of, for this specific program that you guys are presenting, of any schools in Connecticut that are using this program?
No, there's no schools in Connecticut currently using this program, but there are a few schools that are in Massachusetts that our representative is trying to contact us with, so that we can have some, you know, conversations and ask some questions of the teachers and the administrators that are using it.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely want to hear some more feedback from schools that are actually, spent this money and are using it, like what their thoughts are. So as you guys receive that, I'd love for us to be able to also have that information.
Absolutely.
I think the next one was, Noelle had mentioned that we are replacing or thinking of replacing this with the foundations program, which I know has, like most teachers, especially when I was there, have been asking for the training. I know we spent a lot of time and money on teachers' parts and the resources to train the teachers in it. Are we moving away from foundations? And if not, why are we even looking to replace it?
So I think with any structured literacy approach, there's going to be the piece that covers what Foundations does in our current curriculum. So this program does encompass the elements of Foundations, so that we wouldn't necessarily need to be teaching what EL has in addition to Foundations. However, as I forget who it was that mentioned before, there are certainly elements of Foundations and resources that we have that we can still use to guide our instruction in like strategy groups. But they're definitely in, speaking in elementary world, there are wonderful things about Foundations, but also I think one of the things that we've noticed is that it is not a one size fits all program. So although we have, book 1 for grade 1 and book 2 and book 3 and things like that for the different grades, when we look at our data, it's not saying that the majority of our learners fit into unit 2, grade 2 at that certain point in time. And I think that it kind of matches more. EL seems to match a little bit more with the direction we're heading in for reimagining and making learning more personalized, because it allows it to be small group rather than always a whole group Foundations lesson.
Okay, thank you. So going on to, I know it was mentioned that this program is in a small group structure. So I'm just curious for the teachers. I don't know who could answer this, but how is this implemented in a typical classroom? So if I'm only teaching this EL education for 2 hours in my classroom, and I'm assuming that's for 2 hours each day, what are my other kids doing? While I'm just trying to wrap my head around for the teachers of the district, how this is seen, how it's going to be implemented in the classroom each day.
So there's independent activities within the program that the students do, as well as the small group instruction the teacher is doing. So, and all of those independent learning activities are all personalized based on where students are. So the program has a structure within it that allows the teacher to pull small groups, just kind of like when you look at your workshop style, right? You have small group instruction and your learners doing learning stations. So it's a very similar structure, but it's personalized to meet the students where they are within their literacy instruction.
And if I remember correctly, one thing that I thought was really great about this program is the amount of time that they give designated in the beginning of the year for like launching this type of learning and the habit of mind associated with it. So there's it seemed, obviously we have not taught it, so I don't necessarily know, but it seems like the beginning of the year is really meant for setting up the management style in your classroom and developing those habits of responsible learners and what does it look like to be learning and not everyone to be doing the same thing at the same exact time. So I really did like that piece because it didn't jump off with launching curriculum and academic work from the beginning. It started with building the habits of learners at each level, kindergarten up.
So it's very similar for us veterans teachers. Like it's very similar to what we've already been doing for years as far as Reader's Workshop or even back in the day with the cafe. Like it's just, it's really just
the structure. Yeah.
Yep. Maura, it's correct. So it's the same similar structure, but they're not all content is in a silo. So everything is embedded into the curriculum. So you're not having a separate foundations time and then a separate reading time and then a separate writing time. It's all kind of embedded into your 2-hour block.
Right. So like almost like as in centers. I'm just trying to figure out how this is different, I guess, guys. I'm trying to figure out for the money, how is this different than what we've been doing?
I think the big difference is the fact that it's not comprehension heavy. And I haven't been a classroom teacher in 5 years, but being as an instructional coach, that we still focus mainly on comprehension and comprehension strategies, even in small groups. Whereas the structured literacy resources through this curriculum offer us more availability to not be then going to foundations to pull a piece or going to data from the past and then trying to figure out how am I going to instruct the phonological awareness piece. It has it all in there.
Okay. So it's like the convenience of it, pretty much.
It sounds like some things will still need to be pulled for specific learners that still have that need, correct? So we can't just do away with having to pull from a different bag of tricks for learners who have specific needs. So
Absolutely.
how is it personalized during the small group? What makes it personalized?
So one of the great things about those assessments that we're speaking about, which it's in, Linda said, it's kind of just embedded, like the learners don't even really know they're being assessed, but that piece of it really helps the teachers to hone in on what exactly those learners are struggling with and what they're doing really, really well with. And they're able to use those progress monitoring assessments essentially to then plan for their next unit, for their next lesson moving forward. So it's really about taking what they know at that time in that moment and being able to plan moving forward for them on more of an individualized level rather than, giving one unit assessment, seeing how your whole class does, and then moving forward. It's really focusing on exactly what the learners each individually, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and being able to target what their weaknesses are right away. So that way, when they do move forward, we're making sure that we're keeping those gaps closed and we're not leaving them open.
And I think it aligns with like the shift like towards competency-based learning. So I think when they master a competency, we move on rather than the whole group learning one competency at the same time. So we use those assessments to kind of guide what competencies they've mastered and what competencies they haven't mastered, and then planning the instruction around that.
And I think that if I may, I'm on the corner, which is great. We have to do something because we have to show that we're addressing the big five or big six, depending on who you read, pieces of the science of reading and the structured literacy. So we have to do something. As you said, Foundations doesn't meet all of it. So whether it's in a package type deal where it's all laid out and all those pieces are in, or going through lesson by lesson, grade by grade, unit by unit, and finding where the gaps are and adjusting and figuring out how to bridge those gaps with whether it be a program or homegrown or whatever. So we have to do something.
Absolutely.
So the major difference is in that, the idea of Reader's Workshop and the idea of using context clues and all of that. The reason why it's called the science of reading is because the science has shown that's not the best way to teach reading. So the real shift, you're right, Maureen, that it is management wise, it's not a big shift. But what's going to happen in those small groups is going to be about phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary fluency.
And rather than creating that entire
Comprehension.
curriculum,
Right,
it's
right.
here, yes.
I agree. And I know for a while we've been needing to pick out something. I know the staff has been asking desperately for a while for something. So I do agree that something has to be done. I have to tell you, when it comes to budget time, though, I'm going to have a hard time supporting it. I know there's going to be a lot of lash about paying, or we have two instructional curriculum people that we're paying, or I'm under the impression is part of what we do. And to say that we're just going to pay the startup fee just to make it easier, so that I'm having a hard time wrapping around, and I'm honestly gonna have a hard time supporting it to the public to justify that this is the way to go.
I think more, two people to write a curriculum K-5 is a very, very large undertaking. Last spring, we had how many coaches? 5 coaches?
Oh, we had speech and language for the speaking
Writing
and
one
listening
unit of grade
standards.
3 curriculum
We had a lot of
over 2 months,
Oh, yeah.
3 months.
Oh, I know. I've been part of
It
writing
would-
curriculum.
it
In
would
fact, with
take
several
us
of you. I
years
know what it
more.
involves.
It would take us years more to write a K-5 curriculum with 2 instructional people that you're speaking of. And
that
our
would
learners
assume that
need
they
it now.
weren't doing anything else. like
Right,
that.
and they would do nothing else, and there are other things in the district to be done.
Okay.
And our
I-
learners need this
That
now.
said, I have to say though, again, I mean, it's a board decision, but I do think that when we're talking about a curriculum that costs this much money, and we're already saying that we would be supplementing with it because we're not really even crazy about the decodables that come with it. I would need to know more about this. And honestly, like I said, from my first question, I need to hear more about schools who actually are using this just so we can even justify the amount that it is. I get it. It's easier. It sounds wonderful. It sounds like a great program and it sounds like it's a quick fix. But I just feel like it would be very irresponsible of us to just say, go ahead with it when I don't feel like we have very much to other than it just sounds wonderful. And I do have one more question. I know somebody had mentioned, again, I'm going back, just trying to wrap my brain around the classroom teacher's stance on this. Part of it is that there's weekly assessments that I'm assuming we're going to hold teachers accountable to do, or how will the assessments be implemented in the classroom? How do you guys see these being done every week?
They're part of the small group instruction, and I think someone alluded to the quickness of them. I don't remember who it was.
They're quick.
Yeah, they're very quick, and you hardly even know you're doing an assessment kind of thing. So
Okay.
it's embedded within the instruction that the teacher has within that student's lessons for the week. Yeah, so I don't think it's going to be that impactful to assess the learner each week, and we really need to assess our learners. It's just like when you do an exit ticket at the end of a lesson, you want to know, did they get it?
Yeah. It's that quick. That's great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
And,
like an activity, like, so the students may be online and they're doing this activity, and little do they know that the little gerbils behind
Is the actual
screen
assessment.
are
Yeah.
taking it and creating the skill. Here are the skills that these 5 kids need to work on tomorrow, and then the teacher that'll be the group that works on that skill in a small group the next day.
And the key is to get everybody at the same level by the end of the year.
The key is to get everyone to move at least a grade level every year. But it's not ever going to be the same.
Not everybody's gonna.
If
be
this
in the same
program
place.
is as good as you guys are saying, why isn't anybody else doing it yet?
They didn't have to.
I think that's because of the science of reading and, if you think back to like the reading world, and I'm the wrong person to be talking about this, but when you're thinking back to like the reading world and the different shifts that have happened with reading over the past like 10, 15, 20 years, or even more, 50 years, yeah, even
Still
more
during
than that.
workshop.
It's still, yeah, there was such a push for the workshop model, and right or wrong or indifferent, right? That's the model that we went with as a district, but we did leave out the research behind how the brain learns to read, as did many other districts and towns and states. And so I think that, Connecticut has started this legislation to try to bring it to the forefront and say that there is a sense of urgency in helping our learners learn to read based on the science rather than based always on what feels good at that time. Because I think as educators, we've all had that moment when you feel like, oh, I know something's not right and they need something next, but I'm just not exactly sure what it is. And when you're starting to learn more through the science of reading, it just is like that light bulb, like, aha, that's exactly what I knew I was missing in my instruction, but I wasn't sure exactly what it was, because as many of us went through teacher prep programs, that's not the way we were taught. So a lot of
And so
professional
the
learning.
state said, look, you have to use one of these 7. And all the superintendents said, none of us, 175 superintendents, none of us use those. None of us use any of the ones you want us to use. And the state said, It's on you. So we have to choose one of them. Any one that they chose, we would sit here and say, nobody's using
I
it.
get that.
Yeah.
So where's everybody else stand on all this? I mean, have you talked to other districts?
Yes.
I mean, where's everyone thinking? Is everyone
So-
thinking the same type of a plan? I like the way it sounds. I like the fact that we can get that instant feedback to try to help that student.
Mhm.
But why isn't everybody, or why aren't there other districts and
So I'm gonna
schools
be,
and-
I'll be honest with you, we are actually ahead of the game in terms of researching these vendors, and there's a lot of districts that are just starting now to reach out to the vendors, to bring the vendors in. I think our sense of urgency wasn't just the legislation came out, it was our understanding that we recognize that we need to do something for our learners. Our reading data shows that our teachers are really thirsty for something else. So we recognize like this is a need right now for us. This is not something that we want to tiptoe and wait. And, you know, are we as frustrated with every other district in the state about the mandates and this and that? Absolutely, we definitely are. But, you know, and having the conversations that we've been having, we just recognize this was something that was a priority for us. The districts that I have spoken to, I think it really depends on their financial state. I know that there is another one out there. I can't remember what the name is. The one that was like super expensive. Which was, you know, it's good. It is good. And it's like Kristen and Deb said when they came back from the vendor fairs. All of these programs have their pros and cons. There's not one program that is perfect in every regard. Every single one of the programs has their pros and cons. We just felt that with the strategic plan, with the competencies that we're focusing on, with the direction we're going in, this was what was best for our learners in this district. This was what was most learner centered. We really loved the fact that, again, everything is kind of encompassed into one program. So we're not having, we might have to go out and supplement. I'm saying that we might not need to. We don't know right now. And we won't know until we start getting into it. But I think for us, it was, you know, the personalization of it, the you know, ability to do that, the fact that it is more small group. The other one that we looked at was a lot more whole group instruction, and we know that that's not what we need for our learners. We need more small group, and there still is a whole group instruction component to it. So the learners are still going to have that space, but it was that the optional learning labs, which we're hoping to be able to bring in. Those are fantastic because they're really interdisciplinary. They tie in those NGSS standards. They tie in those social studies standards. It was just, this program specifically was just more based on the needs and the direction we are heading in with our learners. So that was why we went with it.
On the learning
We only have
labs,
a few more minutes.
Can I
We'll
ask?
take a quick break. Oh, sorry.
real fast, learning labs in that price.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
And how involved are the teachers already in this?
So have you guys had any conversations yet with them in their PLCs? There's been conversations, but there hasn't been any, you know, we've been keeping them informed of our discussions. We haven't given them any information in terms of like the content, the materials, anything like that, because we didn't want them to spend their time looking over something that we don't know what we're gonna use yet.
And I'll tell you, in my PLCs, the teachers know that something's coming down the pike, right? Because they're aware of the right to read bill and everything that the state's mandating, and they know that Kristen and I went to the vendor fair, and they're very excited for something.
I think a big piece is getting them to see the paradigm shift that we spoke about before, from science of reading, and from where we currently exist to science of reading. So that I think has been more of our focus, is just getting to understand where that's coming from and not necessarily a vendor.
I just think it would be important at each grade level to get their kind of what they feel the most serious needs to address are, what they feel the
Absolutely.
strengths, weaknesses, gaps are, where we're falling short.
And I'm
already.
glad you said that, because one thing that we have been doing as a competency team, the learner center team, has been meeting with all of the teachers to have discussions on what they feel are strengths and weaknesses within their learners and what they really hope to see moving forward and what we want to work on moving forward. So knowing what we've discussed with them over the past couple of months, and also tying in what we've been talking about with these literacy programs, it kind of falls nicely together. But I think it's like what Deb and Noel had said, we've been having the conversations. Our next steps moving forward would be to not tell the teachers you're implementing this, but to give them time to explore the resources, the materials, so that they have time to ask questions. They have time to let us know what their needs are so that they can be ready to implement this with the learners and they're not feeling overwhelmed or exhausted before,
I think
starting.
it's the same thing for us as well. I think there's a lot of questions we all still have, and I think that there's a lot of things that you guys can answer for us too. So if you guys are comfortable with us sending you some questions, I think that would probably.
Is there one for
Great.
math?
Imagine Learning has a fantastic.
I want to assure the board that the financial questions that have come up, Kim and I have asked those questions and we continue to ask them. And that's actually why we requested specifically and Lucy allowed us to put this in this specific work session, knowing where our budget timeline is. We felt like this was the appropriate time, but we also realize you have a lot of questions and you probably could have used 3 hours for this.
Just one more quick one. Any digital learning platform, it's obviously I'd like to see the students' input into it. It's either excitement, engagement, or it's endurance. We prefer not endurance. I'm gonna tell you a brief story. A district superintendent that I'm familiar with. Discussion was about digital learning, and the student went up to the superintendent and said, "Mister, this digital math, it's sort of like you're making the computer the main course and the teacher the side dish. So what is this? Is this the main dish or the side dish?"
The side
Oh,
dish.
Thank you.
This is not the main dish.
Okay.
As you continue with the research, if you find that that this is what you really feel is going to work, why have you considered, why pilot? Why not just do extensive training for the staff and just implement the program instead of gradually put it in?
I mean, do you mean right now at this, like,
No, not right now,
Oh.
because you're still doing some research. You still want to check into some other districts. But if your questions are answered, then, there's always that possibility that you can just put it out there, give the teachers all the time the training that they need, and then just 1 year, you just put it all out there. The other piece is, I personally would like to see some of the materials that you end up with the programming. I would like to see them. And I did have one more thing, which I can't remember right now, but once a program is implemented that's different, which is probably going to be very similar to what you're putting out there, might there be some look into the structure of what you have now in terms of instruction interventionists and coaches and stuff like that? And maybe the need for some of those might not be there because you have a totally different program. So if we talk about cost, that might possibly help with cost savings. We need to look at what we have and what's really necessary.
Right.
Because it's a whole different approach than what you're doing now.
I just leave us with our math. Implementation.
Yeah, right. That's the other piece. Because you just spent all this time with the curriculum.
That's something we can't spend a minute on.
I know. It's like 7 o'clock. I'm trying to figure out in my mind how we can revisit this discussion. You don't have a meeting for another month, and that just seems like such a long time. But we'll think about that and
Like, if we come
get
up
back
with
to you. But
questions,
thank
should we
you.
just send them to like the
We
group?
could
Because
do
there's
that
still some
too.
things that like I know I'd want to see pros and cons on, like which one offers the best opportunities for personalizing the needs of special needs children, people with disabilities. Because if we can't implement that and we have to pull from other things, with looking at the budget, if we go into this and we're not meeting their needs, how many can we afford to outplace if we're not going to meet their needs? That will be a significant cost to us if we can't meet their needs. And which of these is most like culturally, ethnically responsive? I didn't see any pros or cons about that, or about social emotional needs of students.
That was
Are they
one
there?
of the pros.
Okay.
Stephanie, you'd be the point person to email questions to.
Yeah,
Yes,
is is that better, or do you want to do kind of like Kim has done in the budget, where you just kind of create
Google Doc.
Google Docs. we think
Like a
all-
Padlet or something?
Yeah.
I will defer to Stephanie because she knows way more about
Yeah.
that stuff than I
I
do.
do like the idea of the Google Docs, because at least you can
Yeah.
see other people's questions. and
Something
things.
like that.
Yeah, otherwise.
Or
it's
Something,
emails.
something where they
Yeah.
can all see.
Send us.
I think all the materials are in your office.
I do have it, yes, we have materials.
I would welcome people to visit Stephanie and look at the
Yeah, I
resources.
think the idea of what we did, even if we did a Padlet and something we struggle with is sometimes we all don't get the same information. And we ask you guys the same question 4 different times.
Right.
So I'd like to avoid that if we could.
And I think maybe going forward too, as we kind of settle into a program, is that some of these, dibbles and iReady and, all these terminologies you're throwing out, many of the board members don't know what these look like, even the OG program. So anytime I'd like to have you come through, show us what that's all about, how it works and what it looks like and all that. That would be wonderful. I think that would help for a number of the board members, even me as a retired teacher. These are all new.
Right.
Linda has the advantage. She knows what they are. I don't. I have to
This,
see-
my Chromebook's dead.
Need my-
I don't have my charger either.
Yeah,
But I think it's
my-
important
and I
to
think
see
we need to
that-
move on because we need to go into our.
But I think it's important that everybody understands that this is a need, that we need to either revamp our current curriculum, which will take
I agree.
a
And we need to
significant
prove
amount
to the
of time and
state and
resources.
then-
But this is a need, it's not a choice, so we need to
Right.
we need to revamp our curriculum or adopt a curriculum, and that's.
So it's an unfunded mandate.
It's not a convenience and it's not a choice.
And we could go to the state and say, this is what we're doing now, but that would also take an immense amount of time because the amount of data that they're requesting of us, and then if we were to put all that time getting all that information and sending it off, they can come back to us and say, no, this isn't approved, and then we would either have to select one of these or spend all that time and
What's our
money.
timeline like?
Yeah, well, we're supposed to select by July 1, but we have checked a box that said we would like a year, to think about it.
Which is what just about every district
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
in the state has done, and we also expect perhaps some revisiting of the legislation. But what I don't want you all to miss is that when I said that to this group, they said unequivocally, and they weren't shy. This is what our learners need, almost like legislation be darned at this
Right,
point.
right.
This is what our children need. I want to make sure you guys, I'm not misrepresenting.
No, you're not.
You guys were very firm with
No,
me
you're-
on that.
Not only is it what we feel that it's absolutely needed, this is the direction we have been going in for 5 years. It just is not timely when we're doing it.
I think none of us like being
Ourselves.
told to do something and then finding our own local tax dollars to kind of
Correct,
fund it.
right.
But I think this is what we need to do, then that's what we'll kind of get into in the budget process and how that might happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Lot of-
very much.
lot of
I'm gonna make it
excitement.
unashamed plug to have you guys just stay for the show fire people, because you will love to see this. So there, I know we want to start the meeting, but so whenever, just making them stay, I'm
Pushing
begging
us.
them to
She's
stay.
pushing us into the
No, just begging them to stay, that's all. I'm trying to do.
Next item.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to thank all you guys. Thank you so much for answering all my hundreds of questions. And I know for a while it's been what the teachers have been asking for. So I really want to thank you guys for all of your time that you guys clearly have put into it. So thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Maura.
Thank you, Maura. Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on to item number 4.
You're gonna want to move. They move around, so they might be dance.
Oh.
I can't promise anything. So they're gonna be behind you, but you're ready.
Okay, we're ready. Item number 4, presentations and recognition. We have an a cappella group that is coming to showcase for us.
You're gonna want to. You're gonna want to.
Yeah, you're gonna.
You're gonna have to start with that another.
I saw the West.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Schilling, and I am the Director of Choirs here at Hoggingtock Regional High School. These amazing people that I have next to me are members of our a cappella choir. They are all also members of our show choir because they're highly involved. And many of them are also either in the pit orchestra, the stage crew, or cast members of our musical Matilda, which starts rehearsals next week. So as you can tell, they are super involved in everything that we do here music-wise. A cappella is a long tradition here in Regional District 13. The students meet at night for rehearsals and they dedicate so much time to the music program, and I'm really proud of them. We are going to sing one song for you tonight as a little teaser for our concert for tomorrow night, which is at 7 o'clock, which will feature jazz band, show choir, and a cappella. So without further ado, we will sing our song Roar. Get up my fake piano.
Guess that after God I had a choice. When she pushed me past the breaking point, I stood for nothing. I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up. Already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound. Like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, cause I had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger of fire. The butterfly, sing like the bee, I got my stripes, do, I am here now, you held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust, you hear my voice, you hear that sound, shake the ground, you held me down, but I got up, see it all, I see it, see it. You're gonna hear me roar, you're gonna hear me roar.
Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. in CRHS Auditorium. We want to see you all of you. Yes. All beautiful faces. Thank you so much for having us. Yeah.
Great job. Great job. You're over.
Okay, that's beyond.
Like, would have been out of breath.
Wow.
You have two.
They did the holiday concert, you were there.
Yeah, yeah.
That's great.
No, it's embedded.
Now, for a follow-up, we have our high school reporters. Hayden and Christine, are they here?
Christine's here, future.
Oh, okay.
Explain.
And Hayden.
I can explain where everybody else is. It's all.
Hold on one second. Let's- Hold on.
We had John getting some snacks, so. Just
We
wait,
didn't
not
have our- we didn't have a drink.
just waiting on you, John.
No worries.
We're waiting for you. Yes.
Here.
Okay.
All right, so as well as one of the a cappella choir that you just heard and our show choir, we have our jazz choir, or jazz band, sorry, tomorrow performing. So that's where Hayden is. He's on the hallway and dress rehearsal for that. And Catherine's gonna be away for a few months, so it'll be me and Hayden for a while, but tonight you just have me. So returning from a much needed break and with midterms just around the corner, Coggin students are in a budget activity. We have a Winter Wonderland formal, which will be hosted by the senior class on January 28th. Mr. Coggin participants were just notified of their acceptances, so the preparations for that exciting event are underway. And Unified Sports will host a pep rally on January 26th, featuring our winter sports team and a variety of other fun activities. Speaking of our winter sports teams, we have the winter captains and seniors, which have come up with a fun new tradition called the Athlete of the Month, for a learner that showcases great talent, skill, and sportsmanship. So December's first winner was basketball player Preston Minot. Furthermore, the boys and girls basketball teams have had a strong start to their season with many wins and close games. Cheerleaders are working on new routines for competition, and the indoor track team has traveled to New York City at the Armory, as well as SCSU and Hill House. Many athletes have already qualified for Shorelines and States with only a month into the season, which is amazing. So after a lovely concert we had back before the break, we're back with many more musical events. Last Friday, members of our pep band played for the Quinnipiac men's hockey team with an exciting victory against Dartmouth. The university and team were grateful to have our band members on the sidelines to cheer them on. The CMA Southern Region Festival is this Friday and Saturday, so 5 of our choral learners and one of our band learner who auditioned in the fall are going to be participating in that 2-day event, which concludes in a concert on Saturday. As Ms. Schilling mentioned, rehearsals for our spring musical Matilda begin next week, which everyone's really excited about. Shows are at the end of March and the first day of April, so mark your calendars now. It's going to be a great, great show. And finally, as we've said multiple times, the show choir, a cappella, and jazz band concert is tomorrow at 7 p.m. in the auditorium. Definitely come, you won't want to miss it. Great lineup of music, so I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, when is the Mr. Coggin? Do you have a date?
I believe it's March 17th.
Yeah.
March 17th.
Have you been accepted to college yet?
I have not made a decision yet. No. I'm waiting for some more acceptances and see where that takes me.
Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Item number 5 is going to be the auditor's report.
There's one if I said.
Not at all.
Of course.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is David Flint. I'm a principal with CLA, and you guys engaged us to express an opinion on whether your basic financial statements were presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So hopefully everybody has a copy of financial statements, or at least had a chance to look at it. So I'd like to first draw your attention to page 1. This is our auditor's opinion, and the district received an unmodified opinion for the financial statements for June 30th, 2022. The wording may be a little unusual, but unmodified opinion is the best opinion that can be received, and indicates that it was a clean audit. Just one thing to bring to your attention in the opinion, you'll see there is an emphasis of matter, something that we like to draw your attention to. And that is a new accounting standard that was adopted this year. It's GASB statement number 87, which has to do with leases. And this is the first year that operating leases have been brought onto the balance sheet, both the lease liabilities and the assets that are associated with those liabilities. So those are on the balance sheet for the first time this year. So I've been asked.
When you get to that, can you explain how it affects the balance sheet?
Absolutely. So, I'm gonna do like a high level financial overview for you guys tonight. Some of the things that I think you might be interested in. So first, I'd like to start with page 13, which is your statement of net position. This is performed on a full accrual basis of accounting, which is the same basis of accounting you would typically see in a business. How is that different from typical governmental accounting? Full accrual basis of accounting includes things like capital assets and your long-term debts, such as bonds payable, notes payable, leases payable, compensated absences, things like that. So to your question, this year we brought on both the assets and the liabilities associated with leases that the district might be involved in. So the assets, which would be what you're getting when you enter that lease, will be included in your capital assets line, and they're broken out separately in the capital asset footnote. And then in your long-term liabilities, down here in the non-current liabilities section, there will be an additional portion now, which includes your lease liabilities. In the past, they were just recorded on an as paid basis. So you'll see that the district, again, on full accrual basis of accounting, had a total net position of $25.25 million at the end of the year. Most of that is net investment in capital assets of $29.2 million. One page in, Exhibit 2. This is the statement of activities, but more commonly referred to as the income statement. Again, full accrual basis of accounting, and that shows you how we arrive at the $25.25 million in net position at the end of the year. One page forward is Exhibit 3, and this is probably more useful to everyone. This is your fund-based financial statements. And these are performed on the modified accrual basis of accounting, which do not include capital assets or long-term debt. So this kind of gives you the balance sheet of all the district's major funds, starting with the general fund. The general fund had you'll see the general fund had total fund balance at the end of the year of $780,000. One thing I'd like to draw to your attention is the school cafeteria fund had an ending fund balance of $325,000. Why is this a big deal? Well, your cafeteria fund, like most cafeteria funds in the state, had seen years of deficits, years after year. Very hard to make money in a cafeteria program. What changed in 2022 is the amount of federal funding received from the federal government increased significantly as a result of COVID-19. And now all the cafeteria funds around the state saw significant surpluses. So that's great. Nothing else major to report here, except you'll see a significant fund balance in your capital reserve fund. That is a result of the bonds that were issued in fiscal year 2022 that have not yet been spent. So if you skip 2 pages ahead, you'll have Exhibit 4, which again is your statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances for those major funds. This is your income statement. So this will show you how we arrive at those ending fund balances that we just looked at on Exhibit 3. I guess one important thing to point out here is the general fund, you see, had a deficit of $877,000 for the year. But something important about that, if I could have you guys skip forward to page 62. So 62 is RSI 1, and RSI 1 is budget to actual for revenues for the general fund. And one thing important to point out here is towards the bottom, you'll see appropriation of fund balance. So in order to balance the budget, we appropriated $784,000 of existing fund balance to balance the budget, right? So when you see that the general fund had a deficit of $877,000, well, we actually budgeted for that to use up some of that fund balance that we had accumulated. So the next schedule is RSI 2 on the next page. It's 2 pages. Again, this is helpful to look at. This is general fund expenditures, what was budgeted or both original and final, and then what actually occurred, and variances. If you guys ever have any questions about any of these variances on budget to actual, I recommend reaching out to Kim. Some other things of interest. Page 65 is RSI 3, and it's kind of a snapshot of the district's pension plan. So you'll see that at the end of fiscal year 2022, the district actually, yeah.
Sorry, can I just get there real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
That was just fine.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, so it's kind of a snapshot of the pension plan. You see at the end of the fiscal year, the district had a net pension liability of $1.6 million. What does that mean? Well, the district has assets, investments in a trust that helps pay these pension liabilities. The actually determined liability is $1.6 million more than we have assets in the trust. Might sound bad, but the planned fiduciary net position, basically your funding percentage, was 86.72% at the end of the year, which is a pretty good percentage and is more than most of your peers. For those of you that sat here last year we actually had a net pension asset, which is extremely rare. You actually had more assets in the trust than the total calculated liability, and that was a result of the really good investment returns that we saw in 2021 that much of were wiped out in 2022. Yeah. So the next page will show you that your actuary determined that in 2022 you should contribute $314,000 into the pension, and of course the district did 100% of that required contribution. And then RSI 5 will show you what those investment rate of returns were for the last 10 years. You can see how great 2021 was compared to 2022. One more thing of interest. So in addition to the pension plan, the district also offers a health plan for retirees, referred to as the OPEB plan. There is no trust related to the OPEB plan, which means there's no assets invested in a trust to help pay the claims. So they just pay the claims as they come in. And the total liability that has been calculated for this as of the end of the year is $3.8 million. So I did receive a few questions related to the financial statements I just wanted to cover. So if you guys could turn to page 9. This kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. You'll see up in the revenues, operating grants and contributions is down from 12.5 million to down to almost 5.6 million. The district doesn't receive enough traditional state or federal grants to see this kind of a swing. The swing here has to do with the state teacher retirement plan. The state makes a contribution on behalf of all the districts in the state each year. And above and beyond that, in the full accrual basis financial statements that I talked about before, there's an expenditure that's allocated to every school district in the state. So that number can fluctuate significantly year to year based on market returns, actuarial assumptions, and things like that. So we record that as both a revenue and expense each year. So it doesn't actually have any effect on the bottom line, but you'll see that fluctuation here. You'll see that inverse fluctuation if you look down in the expenses, the general instruction line, which of course is where most of your teachers are. You'll see that the expenses there decrease comparably to the operating grants and contributions. Does that make sense?
They put this money in to pay our contribute for our teachers in their pension.
Correct.
And we have to count it as an asset.
A revenue and an expense. Yep.
So it's money that we never see. It just happens to flow through.
Yep, it's for your
like monopoly.
It's for your benefit, for your benefit, which is of course it's just an in and an out, but yes, it does kind of muddy up this number.
Yeah, it does, especially when there's such a big change.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if that number's back up again next year. That's how much they fluctuate. So we do talk about Board of Ed terms. I think I mentioned in here that terms are 3 years, but it was brought to my attention that for Durham, it's 4 years. So I made that change to the template, so that will be updated for next year. If you could all turn to page 35, this is our capital asset footnote. And you'll note that you'll see a large decrease in buildings and improvements, $632,000. The majority of that, about $620,000, is due to the disposal of the Corn School. You'll also see in here the land is listed at $200,000, and obviously the district's land is worth a lot more than $200,000. But you'll see if you look in the accounting policies footnote, capital assets are recorded at historical costs. So that would be the cost that the land was acquired for way back when. Does that make sense? So $200,000, all this land, pretty cool. All right,
But
so
it doesn't depreciate, which is.
land is not appreciated.
One of the reasons why capital assets look weird.
Yeah.
because we do have tremendous value in this, but it's not depreciating.
Correct. It's not appreciating or appreciating. Okay, so we're also engaged to form both a federal and state
One more
single.
question on,
Yeah, sure.
I had a question on
Yeah, Kim forwarded that too. Is it the where it says state?
town, yeah.
Yeah, or town? Yeah.
Town is
It
established
should
as
say,
single.
it should say district. I fixed that as
All
well.
right, so that's page 21.
Yep, I fixed that as well. Kim forwarded that to me as well. Okay, so we're also engaged to do both a federal and state single audit. So there's certain thresholds, and when we receive a certain amount of funding, $300,000 for state and $750,000 for federal, you're required to do this audit. Historically, we haven't needed to do a federal single audit except for the last couple of years due to the influx of COVID funding into the district. So just like the financial statements, we had a unmodified opinion for the federal single audit. We did not have any compliance findings to report. And for, we don't have to test every single grant. We just have to test grants over certain thresholds or grants that are identified as high risk by the government. So for fiscal year 2022, we audited the special education cluster, which is more commonly referred to as IDEA. And also the Education Stabilization Fund, which is more commonly referred to as ESSER. Those are the two grants we tested for fiscal year 2022. And for ESSER, we look at it as ESSER. You might be thinking ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3. ESSER to us is just one collected grant. The state may have portioned it out into different sections, but to us, it's just one. Moving on to the state single audit, again, unmodified opinion, clean audit. There were no compliance findings for the state single audit as well. And for the state single audit, we audited 3 grants, the Workforce Alliance Grant, Adult Education, and the Health Foods Initiative. Anybody have any other questions for me? Well, thank you so much for the opportunity, guys. Appreciate it. If you ever have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Kim. She could give you my contact information or relay any questions to me. Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We are going to ask for a vote at this time.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so we need to have a vote to accept the, what's the date? Is it 21-22 auditors report?
So
So it's moved by Don, seconded by Lindsay, and we're gonna have to do a roll call vote. We'll start with Bob.
Yes.
Bob Moore, yes.
Lindsay Dahlheimer, yes.
Lucy Petrella, yes.
Jamie Rohrbeck, yes.
Chairman Owen, yes.
Mariah Roy, yes.
Linda Darcy, yes.
Amanda
Betty, yes.
Jason Stone, yes.
Maura Caramello, yes.
Okay, so it passes. Thank you. Now, item number 6 is public comment.
Just before you get that, I
Oh.
just wanted to thank Kim for the work that she has done. We've had audits before Kim got here that were less than clean. And in the last 5 years, 4 years, they've all come out extremely well. And all the recommendations we have, changing programs and stuff have been implemented over the last several years. And Kim, watching this would not be so easy.
Oh, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. She does make it look very easy.
Okay, so now we'll go back to public comment. We'll start with the in-person public comment.
Good evening, everybody. Maureen Funk from Durham. First, a personal comment. Thank you for the staff, the admin, and the teachers and coaches, whoever were here tonight, and all the work you do always. We appreciate it. And thank you for entertaining my random emails and questions for those of you who get them. As much as I'll always hold you accountable, it comes from a place of wanting to do better for everybody. And Kim, yes, definitely. I'll also say, I'm probably going to call it the wrong thing, but the new literacy program, my kids are older than that target group for now. But I think it sounds amazing, and I would fully support a budget that includes that money. So second topic, as a member of and co-chair of the Middlefield Durham Racial Justice Team, as you know, we sent you an email and we're interested in getting the district to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, ideally as part of the calendar this year. It's an important step for our district, and many others in the area and in the country are doing it. And it's about, the land that we're standing on and the history of it, who was here before us. And we just think it's a good time for the board and the district to recognize that. So I'm going to read, whether you accept it the way it is or want to edit it or make your own, or, you're going to do whatever you're going to do. But we took the time as a group to draft a motion that you may or may not consider at some point. The draft, and this is just the draft, says, whereas Columbus Day is a national holiday in many countries in the Americas and elsewhere that officially recognizes the anniversary of Christopher Columbus's arrival in America on the American continent on October 12th, 1492. And whereas the land now claimed as the Americas was once populated by hundreds of different indigenous tribes. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day reimagines Columbus Day and changes the celebration of colonialism into an opportunity to recognize the lives of those who were here before the European settlers, to reveal historical truths about genocide and oppression of Indigenous peoples in the Americas, and to celebrate Indigenous perseverance and continued existence on these lands. And whereas we recognize that the Indigenous peoples of these lands, the Mattabesset, the Algonquin, and the Wagong peoples, have occupied these lands since time immemorial. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Regional School District 13 Board of Education hereby declares, again, this is just a draft, October 9th, 2023, and the second Monday of October of every year from this day forward as Indigenous Peoples Day, and encourages its students, staff, and administration to participate in meaningful activities that recognize the contributions of Indigenous peoples to the community, state, and nation. And I'll just add that there are already, as I'm sure you know, teachers already doing great things in this regard. My daughter in 5th grade at Memorial had a great project she had to do. The kids had to sort of argue, reason as to why or why not they would support one side of that. So there are people doing these things already, and we appreciate your consideration for that topic. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Nick Final in Millfield. I really wasn't planning on making public comments, but after the last reading, I just wanted to add my point of view. Obviously, we can't consider changing the name of an existing federal or state holiday. I did just check both the federal government website and the state of Connecticut official holiday list, and both still list October 9th, 2023 as Columbus Day. However, I would suggest that if the accomplishments of Native Americans are not adequately addressed in our existing curriculum, that the school work with the appropriate parties to make sure that their role is acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
As a student in RSD13, my name is Julia Talbert Sligo, and I'm a senior at Coggins. I would like to say that I personally would really appreciate Columbus Day being changed to Indigenous Peoples Day, because I think we can all agree that our district has a lot of work to do on being more inclusive, and I think this would be a great first step. And personally, I, in the past, not just in this school district, but in other districts I've been in as well, have just been sort of disappointed in the lack of knowledge I have on Indigenous people, since they're so essential to the United States as it is today. And they were the first people to have this land, and we essentially took it from them. I think that changing it from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day would really make a step forward in making it so that education will be added to the curriculum, given that the day will now be celebrated that way. Because I just think, then that'll even push students to be like, wow, I don't even know what the word Indigenous means. I'll look it up on my own. And it just will further education and knowledge and learning, which is what the whole point of our school district is. So that's my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, hearing none in person. Do we have anyone online?
No, not with their hands up. Not at this time.
Okay, we move on to item number 7, approval of minutes of the December 14th, 2022 minutes. I just had a question. I believe it was on page 3 under staff reports. It's the second.
Want to make a motion first, and we can do discussion.
Well, because I'm not sure if we're going to change it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. I'm just asking whether we should change it to clarify it, and then I'll have a motion put out. In the second paragraph, it said Mrs. Newberg stated that the remote grievance hearing will now be in February. And I didn't know if we wanted to clarify what that was and just put it as the support staff remote grievance as opposed to just a remote grievance.
Sure.
It just didn't make sense to me.
Sure.
Okay, so now I will look at, I'll look for a motion to approve the minutes of 12/14/2022 with one correction. Well, it's not even a correction, one amendment to add the word support staff in front of the remote grievance hearing will now be held in February. It's the second paragraph under staff reports, part A, director of finance report to move it.
Why don't we just make a motion to approve them, and then we can discuss them in a minute. So we might have other amendments.
Yeah, I didn't know if anyone had any amendments. All right, let's, I don't have 2 motions. Did I get confused with 2 motions? Is there any other corrections that anyone has or any other amendments? Okay, hearing none, then we'll just put the motion out to approve the December 14th, 2022 minutes as amended, as proposed to be amended.
So moved.
Okay.
Lindsay and Robert. Okay, I think we'll do a roll call on this one.
Moore, yes.
Lindsay Dahlheimer, yes.
Lucy Petrella, yes.
Jamie Roback, yes. Dan Brown, yes.
Mariah Roy, yes.
Linda Darcy, yes.
Online.
Jason Stone, yes.
Amanda Betty, yes.
Maura Caramello, yes.
Okay, so that passes. Okay, next item on the agenda, item number 8 is a superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you. First time we're together this year. Happy New Year, everyone. forward to a great 2023. Not saying that this will ever happen again, but I actually don't have any reports this evening. Maybe that's my gift to all of you for the holiday season. I will have a few things to say about some of the items down below.
So moved.
Okay, moving on to staff reports, part A, Director of Finance, Kim.
Thank you. So just to report where the general fund stands at this time, we are 46% expended and 49% of our revenue has been received. MTA is standing at 29% expended and 27% revenue received. A couple of items I wanted to follow up from last board meeting. One in particular was the inquiry as to the lunch participation, since we have gone to charging for lunch, and we have experienced a significant drop between 18 to 30%, depending on the school. We compared that to the month of October, not November, being that it was, November not being a full month. So we are seeing, so that surplus that our auditor spoke about will be helping to cover the reduction in the designation. We had some issues with some food items. We had some supply chain issues and also quality of our produce. There were one of our main vendors actually stopped purchasing and providing produce to us because there were some just subpar quality. Mark Basil, the food service director, was then going to Sam's Club weekly and getting lettuce and apples and things like that, at which time Sam's put a limit on how much each person could purchase. So we were going through some rough times. That has seemed to be getting better. The limit of the purchasing has been lifted, as well as the vendor is now able to supply us with a more reasonable priced produce and lettuce and better quality. So there's also, we have salads. I don't know if this is began yet. It was supposed to kick off in January, is made to order salads at the high school. So they can go down the line and tell the food service worker what they'd like on their salad. So I don't know, Deb, did that start?
I haven't been down to the cafeteria, so I have no
So sorry
idea.
to put you on. You're looking at me like, no, I'm sorry.
Too, I've seen a lot of districts doing this. I'm wondering why everybody's doing it, unless it's just healthy month. I don't know.
Okay. So they have all the little toppings, within the standards, but, so I just wanted to address that. In regards to one, a report of selections being run out of, in the later lunches, we said a lot of times that had to do with availability of products, so they weren't able to make so many of certain lunches. We're hoping that will, resolve itself. I wanted to speak to the audit, the presentation to auditor, and he speaks mostly on accrued basis, GAAP, general accepted accounting principles. I'm going to try to bring it back to budgetary, because that is actually two very different things. So we ended our year with a surplus of about $185,000, which is significantly lower than we've had in the past. In the past, we have had some surpluses that we've been able to use toward balancing future budgets. In the comment that he made about the $885,000 deficit or change in that position, that's because we're using aggressively this fund balance. That's $885,000 that we did not have to budget for because we had it in fund balance. So just to explain that. Expenditures came in under budget by $226,000 and revenue came in under budget by $41,000. So that's the net of the 185. Some of the reasons, items that were over budget are offset by items that are under budget. We had certified personnel, so we overspent that by $271,000. Knew that was going to happen, budgeted at 95%. Not going to happen again. I think the number going forward, which we kind of would have broken even, was 96.5% vacancy factor. I would not want to go below 96.5 again. If we had budgeted at 96%, we would have only had $1,800 difference in our budget. Property services, that was over expended due to unanticipated repairs and maintenance. And then supplies was overexpended, just the sort of the building supplies, not the instructional supplies, but supplies is broken down in many categories. And that was due to natural gas and electricity came in higher than we had budgeted. We under expended employee benefits, so we had lower participation and we have to budget for unemployment. We did reduce teaching positions last year, so had they not gotten positions, they would have been collecting unemployment, so we had to budget for that. Purchase services operations, that was under budget because we were doubling buses. We were down 2 steady buses every single day. So we did save money in that regard. And also athletic. We were having trouble getting buses to go to athletics. So unfortunately, but that did create a surplus. And then supplies. We had a difficulty getting office supplies, specifically copy paper. That was an issue with the buildings. And so we couldn't get it. So we had a little bit of a surplus there. Debt service, we had budgeted for the increase of the debt service for the bonding. And we didn't actually get the bond proceeds until May. So really it was only 1 month that we had to book a debt service for that. So that was a little bit of a surplus. And capital reserve. Capital reserve looks like it's over budget, but we had gotten a incentive from Eversource. We did a memorial lighting project, an LED project at Memorial, and got funds from Eversource. And the auditors just wanted us to put that into the capital account to offset where we paid from it, which was the capital account. And then we had miscellaneous revenue. We were over budget because we budgeted for E-rate in there. And then we also had an outplaced student from another town, a DCF placement, who paid us tuition. So we hadn't budgeted for that. And then we were under budget in our special ed excess cost grant, interest income. And then we didn't have as robust of a transfer from MTA as we had hoped for. And okay. Oh, going forward for the budget for 23-24, and I mentioned this at the finance committee meeting, but I'm having a meeting next week. All the towns that participate in the state partnership plan are going to have a meeting as to where it's looking at, where that's going for next year. And they are running at a deficit. They're paying more claims than they're taking in. So I'm not expecting any help balancing our budget there. I do have other things to talk about when we get to the building committee, after Bob does his report on the building committee. I have a few other things to. Any questions on audit, please email me and I will get back to all of you.
I'm not sure if this is.
Tim, I just wanted to thank you very much for going into and finding out about the questions we had for the cafeteria with Mark Basil. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, I wasn't sure if this was the time to put this in there, but I know there's a meeting coming up Thursday with Silver Sally.
You
is
can
that
talk about
coming
that,
up?
but I do have that under building committee.
That's what I was thinking, but
Actually, I can talk about it now because it kind of isn't really. We
Okay.
we did talk about it at building committee. That's why I put it under my building committee section. But tomorrow we're having a kickoff meeting with Silver Petroselli and a committee of educators in the district. And that's really to start the educational aspect design of a Memorial K-5 renovation expansion. Following this initial concept, we'll be getting other stakeholders involved. So right now it's the educational, what is working, what isn't working in our current design, what would you like to see, what are some important things that maybe me as a business person won't realize that a teacher would need, such as ancillary spaces, outdoor playgrounds, outdoor learning, that kind of stuff. After that phase is complete and there's sort of a couple different ideas, more stakeholders, different stakeholders will be invited in and to discuss other things. And one of the things would be bringing the building committee in, which if it's a state grant, it's required, but there's a lot of information, knowledge on that building committee that we really would like to tap into on this. So at that point, we'll be bringing other stakeholders in.
Can I add, well, I just gonna say, and I think things will probably work the same way here, just went through this twice in my last district in the last few years. We made it non-negotiable on our projects. One was a new building and one was a renovation expansion. That whatever architectural firm we eventually employed to do the design would have built in not just for the board, but for the employees, for the families, for the learners, anyone who really wanted to be able to come in and be part of giving design input. And I just want to make sure that you all know that's not what we're doing now. What we're doing now is developing the educational specifications so that they can adequately model and estimate the cost, but they're not actually designing the project. So I want to make sure if folks out there feel like, why aren't they involved at this stage? Because we're not at that stage. And I think you all know, until we actually get authorization from our taxpayers and voters to do this, we won't be doing any design of any project. So I want to make sure everyone didn't think they were missing out on that. You shared some of that with the building committee, so I think it's important for this group to hear that as well.
So at this point in time, when you get to the design phase, we probably will be asking for a couple of board members to join in and participate in these meetings. In the meantime, I will be attending this upcoming meeting and any that we have up to the design phase. And then we'll be asking additional members to join at that point. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. Okay.
Can we add that to as a report for our next meeting? So any meetings in between now, you can give a quick report.
Yep.
Kim, do you do the negotiations, like if we go with EL or open EL, or would you be the one that try to negotiate them with
Sure,
them?
I would work
Yeah,
with
yeah, I was just curious as to how that would work, and I'm just wondering about I honest to God have no idea if they would do something like spread that startup cost over 3 years, or they'll probably do some kind of break on a startup cost, although they're really in a strong position out, they don't have to do that, but just random thought, thank you.
Staff report item B, organizational charts, job descriptions, 2023-24.
Okay, thanks, Lucy. I just wanted to pass around the HR staffing tree or organizational charts.
Thank you for putting all that out, Kevin.
Not a problem, Lindsay. And Laura, Jason, and Amanda, I think they're in your shared folder.
I know I have to do that. He just doesn't know he has to do it. But it's all right. I will.
So I did want to go take about maybe 5 or 10 minutes and just go through this with the Board of Education. Basically, as you see, the front page here is the central office staff organizational chart, or HR tree. Just a couple of things relating to the central office staffing tree. Under Doug, it's divided into 5 leadership strands. And you can take a look at those going from left to right. It's the Director of Student Services and Special Education. And then moving on to the Learner-Centered Specialist, the Director of Infrastructure, Security, and Technology, which is Mr. Petrasco, the Human Resources Specialist, and the Director of Finance, which is Kim. And underneath each of those positions, you will see the accessory positions that are district-based. And you'll also see the various staffing numbers of those individuals that have a central office focus in the district, okay? In taking a look at the building level, you'll see again a similar type of structure, a similar type of format. Due to the fact that it's building-based, we have the principal at the top. For Coggins Regional High School, obviously, Katie Trainer, who's our assistant principal, works directly under Deb Stone. And you can see the other functions underneath the administration. Those would be the teachers, student services and special education, the school nurse. For Coggins Regional High School, there is the athletic director. And also under Coggins, there is a support staff. And with the consistent format, you can get basically staffing levels for each of those positions under those 5 categories there. With Strong School, again, very, very similar format. The major difference being that Cheryl doesn't have an assistant principal, but she does have a coordinator of student affairs. So again, going from left to right, you will see the teaching staff with the various subject areas and the staffing levels. Student services and special education, which incorporates both the learner-centered specialists and the special ed positions under that category. School nurse, as I mentioned earlier, Steve Fitzgerald, who's the coordinator of student affairs. And then on the right-hand side, the various support staff that again, support teaching and learning in the schools. And going to the 3 elementary schools, again, similar structure, teachers, and you'll see the staffing levels there. Also student services and special education with the various special education teachers, the coaches, the interventionists, all of the essential support staff folks we have, the school psychologists, counselors, ABA staff, tutors, and speech and language pathologists. Again, we're staffed with 1 nurse in each building. And again, with the support staff that's located on the right-hand side, which consistently consists of custodians, food service personnel, secretaries, and the teacher assistants. And again, for the other 2 schools, John Lyman Elementary School and Brewster Elementary School, a similar format. So it does give the board an idea of our organization through this chart, our staffing levels per se, and basically at a building level, how staff are aligned. The final page is Middlesex Transition Academy staff. As you can take a look, it's a little different structure. Middlesex Transition Academy identifies a different need in the district. It's a transition program for individuals who are 18 to 22 years old. And again, it's for individuals to transition into the community, and you can see various positions with those staff there as well. Okay. Just a couple of comments I wanted to provide to the board. Probably the first and foremost is that the supervision is not linear. You could almost describe the supervision as 3-dimensional rather than 2-dimensional. And when I say that, I mean that members of central office are actively supporting and collaboratively supervising staff with the building principals. And, you know, I'd like to make mention to Jen Keene. She has many of her staff infused in these specific buildings. So clearly it's a sense of shared supervision, shared leadership. And I think that's a theme that you can follow throughout the district, where we as central office personnel work very, very closely with building principals, again, to supervise staff, to monitor staff, but most importantly, to support staff in their endeavors. Okay. Second bit of information I did want to provide is that these positions are budgeted primarily through the district budget, but we also have some budgeting sources through various grants. And we've spoken about grants this evening, but primarily the IDEA grant and also Title I funding also supports some of these positions in the district, both at the central office level and at the various building levels as well. Another point I wanted to make, you'll see a number of split positions in these organizational charts. I just want to clarify that doesn't mean at all times there are 2 specific people there. Often it's 1 person serving in 2 specific buildings at a 0.5 basis. So I think we're very efficient in the use of our staff. There are specific situations where we do have 0.5 staff members who are just 1 person who worked half-time in the various schools and in the district. Just one other point to make. These are not static. Basically, we want to have a little bit of flexibility to meet the needs of students. And as all of us know, student needs with buildings change slightly. So these may be slightly adjusted to meet the needs of students within each of the buildings of the district. Okay. And lastly, as we enter into the budget season, we will provide a comparison of the staffing levels currently with 22-23 with the upcoming budget proposal 23-24. Okay.
Could I add something as well? And thank you for that, Kevin. Want to make sure you all understand too. This is reflective of what has been budgeted at any given time. You probably know this, some of these positions could be vacant. So this isn't a snapshot in, this is who we employ on January 11th. This is what we approved in the budget. And, you know, when we have vacancies, sometimes they're gapped or overlapped in some way. And I know that in addition to this information, Lucy had requested, or Lucy and Lindsay rather, through some of our discussions, some updates kind of about that, who's coming and who's going at any one time, because you guys see job postings and things like that. And it's our understanding that maybe at one time that was a standard kind of report that the board got. So starting in the month of February, we're going to provide a like 1 month snapshot. So the February report will show any changes January 1 to January 31st, and then we'll just continue that moving forward. So that'll help you understand, you know, okay, I see that there's supposed to be 2 of these, but we're only employing 1. And that does impact, back to what Kim said, if I'm not mistaken, about the vacancy factor and the percentage that we use in the budgeting, because we always kind of factor for the fact that if somebody leaves the job, we don't necessarily have the ability to fill it immediately upon that person's departure. And that is problematic from a workload standpoint and a you know, support of our learners. But from a financial standpoint, it is a short-term cost savings that we do recognize.
And that report will help us to understand. One that we get every month is the staffing summary, and there's usually number changes, but we never know what they mean and why. So that will kind of help us to understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say with this and also with that staffing report, if there are things we can do to change it visually or to make it better for you to understand or whatever, we'll do that. We'd like to get it. Once we get this, we'd like to set this, as Kevin said, and put this in future budget proposals and binders, and that way, not just you all, but the public could see what would be different year to year. And I think org charts, I mean, some people don't like them, but I think sometimes it's more visually able to understand than combing through a large budget binder that just lists all these things in a table. Some people prefer those two, but you know, we'll be able to do it both ways.
And just one other thing, job descriptions, we have about 59 individual job descriptions in the district, which is quite a few job descriptions. You know, based on some of the changes that we've had, we're going to revise several of those job descriptions to basically match those changes. So we do anticipate having all those job descriptions in place currently as they are before the budget presentation next month.
Are any missing right now?
We do have one missing, Mariah, at this point in time.
Okay, is that the learner-centered administrative assistant?
Nope, that should be in there. The one we're missing right now is a transition coordinator, which is a position at the high school that works to support individuals as far as career counseling.
Okay, and then maybe I'm just missing someone. Please tell me if I am. The 4 administrative assistants at the high school, the principal, assistant principal, guidance department, athletic director. I saw the 3 for human resources, the superintendent, and the director of student services. And special education.
Okay, so there's one more to support the athletic director, Mariah.
Oh, so it's under athletic director?
It should be
Oh, okay. I
right
got
there
this.
down below.
Okay.
I would like to ask, will you have the point people? If there's some way to asterisk those and just mention if that, for instance, we look at the high school, yeah, what buildings they're also going through or what other positions they're filling.
Okay,
That would be helpful, I think, just so that we can connect.
Right.
where
Like
they
I,
might
like I
be.
guess one example, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have Mike who is 0.5 at the high school and at the middle school as library. So that's what
Yeah,
that's,
so-
but there might be a few other instances where a 0.5 is actually a 0.5. So I
And
think
that's
you're
actually
asking-
my
Right,
my
so that's what we
question.
could
So we could, so you guys can tell which ones are like a partial. We were trying to give an accurate depiction of, without duplicating counting, like what's actually being given as like services to the learners in that
Right,
building.
and I think we do appreciate that by building. I think that that's, definitely something we asked for. I do agree with Lucy. I have a hard time digesting this, not knowing what building that they cross between. And that's something that's gonna be incredibly helpful for us.
Yeah.
Sure.
I know my
Provide
first
that
question
information.
was, is that 0.4 an individual and another 0.6 is another individual?
Right.
Or I think,
Right.
but
Yes.
first of all, I really want to thank you. This is great. It's a lot of work, even the job descriptions are amazing, but it's done and it's a good place to start and move forward.
Maura, do you have a comment?
I have some questions. Hold on.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry. And I apologize if I'm just not able to read it correctly, but I do have, and I've had some people ask me a lot of questions about the 17 positions in central office. Is there further clarification of that somewhere that I'm missing?
So do you mean job descriptions, Maura?
Yes, just like actual people, who they are and what they do.
She's asking for names and positions for this trade, I believe. Is that what you're asking for, Maura?
Yeah, just to, I mean, it's really hard for me to explain that because I don't even know.
Okay.
But in terms of what they do, that would be the job descriptions.
Yeah, I was just, in layman's terms. Yes, like just basically who they are and what their job description is. What are they responsible for?
Okay, so Maura, you're looking for individual staff members?
Yes, please, because lately I'm having a hard time being able to support that because I don't even know for myself.
Okay, I think if I'm understanding you more, the job descriptions will take care of what they do. But it might be helpful to have names. And again, the only caveat to that is people come and go. And I don't think we want to be updating this throughout the year. But I think to your point, in a current, we could put a date on it and say, these are the names as of this date. It will fill up more text into these boxes and it.
Well, we're not, I don't think we're asking for that to be updated monthly, because we're obviously gonna get updates monthly and we can.
Oh, no, I know
do
she
that,
wasn't.
but-
I'm just, a lot of times districts will publish these things with their budget and typically when you publish it with a budget, excuse me, you do it without names because you never kind of
That
know.
changes, right.
But I think Maura's point is a good one. You know Kim Newbig and you kind of want to know which box is it that she is
And
in
that
there.
could be just available for the board. I mean, it doesn't necessarily
Yeah.
have to be for the public
Okay.
because it's so.
I was saying like as a function chart. So for instance.
And Maura, is that
two-
only for the central office?
No.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Is that only for the central office or did you want it for the whole district? Because we.
Yeah, no, I think like school by school was pretty self-explanatory, especially because most positions are one or two here and there. And then classroom teachers, obviously, who they are. But when it got to central office and really for declining enrollment, I just really need to know for my own confidence what the positions are and what the people do. I get it. I know you guys, I know Kim, I know you, I can explain that, but further than that, I'd really like some more explanation.
And I think too, I get what she's saying on the classroom teachers. I think we need some explanation on, not explanation, but positions and names for related arts, applied, behavioral analysts, therapists, tutors, speech pathologists, the positions that are other than the classroom teachers. Because when we talk about moving to a K-5, when we talk about consolidating staff, I want to be able to see what would be combined in a K-5. And I think it's important for us to see where those where all those.
Yeah,
come
we
together.
can give all those names again to the exercise you just talked about the consolidation. I would still recommend doing that without names because I just think that adds a whole nother kind of lever to it. But I get what you guys are saying. You're trying to visualize and understand what it currently is. And I think it might be simpler for Kevin if it's okay to just give you all the names because I think then you have them. And if you don't care about some of them, then just kind of ignore that. We'll brainstorm whether we want to create a second version of this with names or some type of guide that helps you. I think like with central office, it'd be easy just to pop where it's almost just one name per box, I think, in the others.
Yeah, where it may get a little tricky is specific positions where there's multiple staff members who fill those positions.
Right.
Right.
I think that's still gonna,
Well, sorry, Bob.
I think that's still gonna have more as a problem because Kim can say, yeah, Tippy and the other, and you know, one of them is doing all the accounting work, one is doing payroll, one is doing, you know, accounts receivable, and so you're gonna have to not just put names in the central office, you're gonna have to explain.
Well, right, the job descriptions do that, and I think what would be helpful to us is if there are questions. And this is after we finish the job descriptions, because to Kevin's point, those aren't 100% complete, but as we get closer to the budget, I think if you then read a job description. And there's something you feel like more needs to be explained, or it just doesn't make sense to you, then that's back on us that we weren't clear enough in that. Job descriptions are not usually the most interesting thing to read, and sometimes they read kind of generically. But we're going to try to be specific wherever we can.
I think, and you know, for me, when I look at, and as you said, when we have two people with the same title, I think I would be interested to know how that work is divvied, right? You have the same job description. Some districts do it by grade level, some districts do it by content area. And I think that a function chart for some, and really specifically the learner-centered specialist and coach to delineate those roles and responsibilities might be.
And that's already been done, correct? Or
I think
not
it's
some,
all together.
it's all together.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
we do, I mean,
Yeah.
we split certain things,
Yep.
but then we work together
Yeah.
on a lot of
And,
things.
and,
but-
and with that one specifically, since those positions are reconfigured from older positions, again, what we can give you is what's happening now. The nature of this design work is that they do work as a team, and we meet frequently to make sure that that kind of initial division of labor, which really came from me, is kind of fair and appropriate, adequate, and that it also is putting their talents and efforts towards the work that is the highest priority. So that, you know, having said all that, we haven't made a whole lot of whole scale changes because I didn't want you guys having to, you know, come to work every week and say, okay, what's my job this week? But a lot more fluid than, say, a principal
Right.
whose job may change, you know, based on different circumstances, but we kind of can all envision what we think a principal does.
Yeah, and I don't think we should be afraid of having a document and then dating it and not updating it. I mean, we get stuff all the time that has a date on it, and I'm okay with that. I just think we need some sort of space to start. And it's easier for you guys. You guys can look through this and immediately know, like, you could probably look at their face as you're going down that list. We need just a little bit of that.
So I'm gonna move away from the budget part of this, but you know, support for new staff coming in. You know, I see it over and over again, new staff coming into a new district, unfamiliar, perhaps a very large building. Again, who's responsible for what? It might be their own personal situation, dealing with their insurance. But the other thing that always concerns me is a new teacher walking into a building, not sure who is going to give the best support for a student who needs it. You know, there's so many, all these boxes really don't mean something to somebody brand new.
Yeah.
That's where indeed the faces, and again, it doesn't have to be published as a district, but within the building itself, this is what you're responsible for. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes it's not done, maybe because I don't want to get inundated with a ton of requests. Craig, I would guess you get inundated with people saying, who do I go to see about this? And those should not be questions a new faculty member should have, because they have a larger role and responsibility. We want to expedite that stuff as quick as possible. Is there anything there that can support that?
We just don't-
I appreciate you said your role is support.
You can go ask Craig. But seriously, we have a new staff orientation where we orient new staff members to the district before the start of school. And again, with the state, each new teacher, the district has a team support member or a team mentor there who's also involved in support. But I think your point's well taken, and perhaps we can move forward with that as well.
So they can always call you and you can bring up the right person.
And Craig
We're
put
small
in
enough
more-
to do that, so.
Craig put in more time for that in the contract.
Oh, for preseason.
Yeah, preseason.
Nice.
Nice.
I see so often, especially new faculty members, when the student truly needs help and other than just saying, oh, I guess guidance is where you go. There might be more support out there that we're not even aware of because it's just, what does that job title mean? What are they really? I do like that. What are they really responsible for as it directly relates to a student experience? That's what I would love to see. Okay.
How many part-time certified educators do we have?
I believe we have approximately 5 to 6, Linda.
And then what's the threshold for full benefits? 0.6?
0.5.
0.5.
Yeah.
Which is why, as a standard practice, well, not just the financial, but also a best practice, it's been our desire to have as many full-time people,
Right,
even if they are divided amongst buildings, versus having a plethora of part-time people. There's also a practical element to that, it's sometimes very difficult to find people that want to do part-time work, and a lot of that does have to do with the benefits piece and retirement and things like that.
If you have any further questions, because I know I do, but I'm not going to get into the weeds, we could certainly send an email to Kevin and copy Doug on it as well, and maybe everybody, so that you all get the answers for the questions.
Just don't reply all to each other, please.
Yeah, just don't reply all. We just send out one and he can reply.
Correct. You can do that. That's right.
Thank you. Yes, and I agree with all of you guys. I just think that especially as we're moving in a point where we're discussing a lot about consolidating staff, I just think it's really important for us as a board to understand and know what every position is and what the position is used for, how it's moved around. We have to all have a really good grasp on that before we can further discuss consolidation.
Very good. Moving on, district climate committee update.
Wow. Okay, sorry. Just wanted to take the pressure off, John.
You're doing a good job.
That was her birthday present.
It really was. That's, you start a joke at the beginning of your speech. She's my joke at the beginning.
Alrighty then.
All right. Well, I know all of you heard from me a lot today.
Thank you.
No, thank you. And I had the chart for my report, and then it certainly made more sense for me to send it out to you. So I will start with our learners school climate results. We had 85% participation rate. The climate surveys were given to all 85% of K through 12 learners. There are 3 different forms. We had a K2 form, 3-5 form, and 6-12 form. And you see the response formats that I shared with all of you. So the K2 had 15 questions with a smiley face response, Likert scale, and a neutral face, and a sad face for I don't like it. We have our 3-5 grade level questionnaire was 21 questions with a strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree, and right in response option. And then the 6 through 12 is 24 questions with the same response options. I hope all of you had a moment to look over all the results. I tried to disaggregate the responses, so it's a little bit easier to read and interpret when I share it out, and at least it is for myself. So I put the agree and strongly agree, neutral, and then disagree, strongly disagree, all in percentages. And just tally them that way, so we're not looking at five different percents. So I think, when I was looking at it with principals, I think some of the highlights, the positive highlights are, you'll see there's pretty good, strong connections, up to the 80-90%, 95 percentile, with connections with teachers or adults. One of the cons that we all agree on is that if one of our learners in K says, I don't like school, or I'm not comfortable here, one is too many, right? We want everybody to feel safe. We want everybody to feel comfortable. And so if we have 5 students at any grade level or any school level that are saying that they're not feeling safe, or they don't have a connection with somebody, an adult in the school, that's 5 kids too many. And those are the things we look at. I had the written responses come in 2 forms. So some are embedded in the question. So you have strongly agree, disagree. Those were hard. I couldn't disaggregate those yet, because they're embedded in the response. So the percentages you'll see don't add up to 100, because you have 3 or 4 kids that have a written in the response. But we look at all of those responses, myself and the principals. And then there's a write-in response at the last question, which is what was easily disaggregated, which is what I shared with you this afternoon. And so those responses, again, the entire survey is confidential. The only time kids can identify themselves in that last question with their name or their email address if they would like to talk to an adult. And so that was what I had to redact for the report. That's in my email. So that is a very brief summary of a very long survey with all of our students. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, or any comments or anything you would like us to take into consideration as we move forward for next year.
I know Linda and I had a few, but if you want to, sure, could look at that.
So one of my questions is, the challenge of having a 5-point scale, right, is that especially the older kids default to the neutral.
Yeah. We have too many neutral, yes.
Right. So I would suggest considering a 4-point scale, so that or 2-point, yes or no, right? And so to withdraw that option of punking out, right, and picking neutral to actually make them commit, because it really impacts how actionable the data is. So we look at just the first one because it's the first one, but with 30% neutral, we don't know. That could be 88% of students saying my school is clean, or it could be 37% of kids saying my school is clean. And so I just think that in order for the data to be actionable, removing that middle option could be helpful.
I agree. I also feel like the written responses per question also makes it more difficult because you're taking out more. I like that though, because I get more information that way. With the written responses.
I guess the only thing I'd say, you just went through a program I went through 1 years ago. If they truly are neutral and you give them a forced choice, they're either going to be not accurate in their depiction, or they're just going to skip it.
And I would say that it'd be better to skip it.
And the data available to us will still be, so it's, it's.
But
that's why that's the most
agree or
common.
disagree. Yeah,
But I don't disagree with you. I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Either your building's clean or it isn't. Like, how are you neutral on something like that? So I don't know, I don't know that on the back end, that's gonna give us a lot more accurate information, but maybe for
To a
this.
scale
age,
of,
it's
on a
better.
scale of 1 to 10, but we're still gonna end up,
Yeah,
see what I mean? So
the
it's.
fewer the better.
Exactly, and these are actually, this is the template that the state had given, this is
Yeah.
what we've used from the state for, the past,
From Panorama.
from, what is this?
Well, then
Yeah,
I guess
12
the other thing
years
I'd say
now?
to that is if we,
And
if
so
we
I don't
change,
disagree.
2012.
if we change,
Yeah, absolutely.
then in the
2012.
transition to the change, our ability to compare year over
That's
year
very true.
is skewed. So if we do it, I just wanted to recognize that, yeah.
Yeah,
What
and
I
there
did-
isn't a perfect survey.
I'm
so.
really glad that we got the scripted though, because my cynical nature does look at the neutrals and count them in the negative.
Yeah.
And the people, the learners who will be, take the time to actually script out an answer.
Yes.
Those are always the people's like customer service, right? They're either the ones with a bone to pick
Yeah.
or they're exceptionally happy. And it was really nice to read those because they were very
Yeah.
positive,
Yeah.
right? So it really
Overall.
bolstered,
Yeah,
it took away from my skepticism and bolstered the positivity that you see in there.
Right.
And some of them were just hysterical.
yeah.
And
they
it's
are-
hard
they
to
are.
look at the opposite of it too, and you say, well, are the people just clicking yes and not leaving a description is because they're happy in their environment? So it's hard on both of those aspects. My question was, is it a template from the state or are you given like 100, 200 questions and you pick them based on school?
These questions were directly from the state, and they were best practice in 2012 when it first came out that we had to start the school climate data surveys. I don't know, I mean, I'm sure we could alter them, but again, if we're altering them, then they're not going to be consistent from year to year.
Well, that was my question,
And-
because I looked at other districts and I saw that they were different. I didn't know if we had changed them or if they were changing templates. Like I didn't know how
Now,
a
I
lot of
think
these
that
questions
people
came.
might be using other templates and we can look at that. That's perfectly fine.
I'm not saying to change it. I
Yeah,
just
what,
didn't-
what I've seen in that space, Lindsay, is kind of a combination where unless you feel like that's just a bad item, but you'd hope it isn't if the state's giving it to us, that they've had it validated by somebody somewhere, is that you might add items.
Yeah.
If you feel like there are things they're not asking that you want to know. And again, the only danger in that, in my opinion, is if you're asking something different every year, then, because the year-to-year comparisons are really the more valid ones here than just the raw. But the other thing is, then you get into this kind of fatigue thing with the learners. So if there's already X number of questions and we get 10 more,
Yeah.
at what point do even the interested ones
Yeah,
start
go on.
clicking neutral for all of them? We're just randomly, I just want to be done with this survey and
Mhm.
And I'm perfectly happy. I think there's been a lot of work done.
Yeah.
Over the past 5 years, and certainly there's a huge lens on mental health and well-being with the state, and there's more research and things out there that we can vet another survey and start using that. This is just the one that we've been using consistently. So
So have you had the opportunity to go and compare the results from this year from the last? Since you're using the same,
from the last one,
yeah, you're using the same.
I haven't compared them yet. No, I'll
Oh,
do that.
okay.
At
That
the
would be
next
another-
Climate committee meeting.
That would be the next thing.
Yeah, with
And
our
then-
district meeting.
And
Mhm.
also, at some point, if it could be broken down by grade levels too, because different ages have different perspectives.
Yeah.
Different feelings, and that would give it a whole different,
Yeah.
look at it. Okay.
You know,
I wanted to ask-
Oh, yeah, no more, go ahead, I can kind of.
I noticed that like the younger grade levels, there was a question about how if they feel safe on the bus, and I didn't notice that in the older grade levels unless I missed it, but I know unless.
I thought it was, but maybe
In like the CRE, the high school and strong, I didn't notice
I thought there.
any question about the. I'm thinking like one, it doesn't talk about safety on the bus, but I think it's important. I know you wouldn't want to change thing year to year, but relevance of the
No,
reports
no,
that we're
certainly.
getting and
Yeah, I
where
thought they
students
were
are feeling
pretty-
unsafe.
Mhm.
And then I also just wanted to voice that I'm
I'm very concerned and wondering how some of these comments were dealt with from the high school and strong level, because a majority of them were negative and concerning. The comments that were added, share your contact information if you'd like the school to contact you. I mean, I don't want to read them here, but there's a lot of them that discuss safety and unfair treatment from teachers and racism, a lot of other things. I'm just wondering how these comments and if they were dealt with in any way. So if there was follow-up with these students.
So that goes with if they left their name or email, yes, there's follow-up. If they did not, it's completely anonymous.
Okay.
So we're looking at the overall school climate and we take that into account and to address things. I think there was I think there were positive comments in those school. I don't think there was that many comments overall.
I think there was like 18 or so at the high school and strong level, and
Those are combined.
there were a couple that had a few positive things within them, but a lot had negative things.
Well, and I think that's the point of this survey, is to address, I mean, obviously, if we find out that everybody's just happy-go-lucky and loving life, then it really kind of doesn't serve a purpose, but it is those kids that, and that reason why we are doing the survey, I find. And I have to say that I agree with Linda, and that was my first, my feeling of reading through this is it almost kind of felt like, I don't want to say a waste of time, for lack of a better term, but the amount of neutrals to me just seemed like it really didn't give me a whole lot of information. I really feel like it has to be a yes or no. You either feel about something like, yes, this is true, or no, it's not. And I do believe that we would have gotten a lot more information. I know it would change the dynamics of what we've always done in the past, or what the survey was in the past. And I also do feel, especially when kids are doing this on technology, there's always going to be this thing. I know as a staff member doing this, it's like you could tell kids till you're blue in the face that it's anonymous. But if they're doing this on an electronic, especially if it's owned by the school district, most kids are not, especially the older kids, they don't believe that it's anonymous.
And I think I think K through, was it K through 2 that was done with their classroom teachers? Or is that just kindergarten and first?
That's K2.
K2. So
Yep,
each
K2.
classroom teacher went through with every.
They had the
child.
hard copy, so then we had to take the hard copy and, tally them up.
And
So
so
they read
at what
through
point
them
would
with their
have,
classes.
would a student have left their email or their name? Is that when they did the comment, or is it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So you said that if the student left their name or their email?
Yeah.
Would they have done that in the comment?
So that last question
Yeah.
on the whole survey is if you would like to talk, if you would like to be
That's what it was.
contacted, that's
Okay.
part of that.
Because that was my concern too, if we were. Like we said, like looking at it being anonymous, I wanted to make sure that kids were getting correct info and not really.
Yeah, no, they had to put their email or name in there if they wanted to talk.
Okay.
Be contacted about it. Mhm.
Jen, do you see any trend in this yet?
It's interesting because there's always themes, particularly at the high school. Our last school climate survey at the high school had a lot to do with the bathroom doors being off. And we got many comments about that. And that was a very but in terms of, again, I agree wholeheartedly with the neutral aspect. It's frustrating to me because I don't want to.
You don't know one way or the other.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't, want anybody to do extra work without yielding, valid, usable results. But in terms of the trends, no, they're pretty consistent. They're pretty consistent.
It seems to me that strong school still is highlighted as the most needy for help.
I think developmentally, I think when you're looking at a middle school population, that is a time of social emotional angst and change. Again, generally developmentally speaking.
No, I think it puts you in a tough position and the climate committee in general, because when you look at it, we take Strong, for example, and we look at, I feel physically safe in my school, you know, there's a 20% neutral, but there's only a 4% disagree. You know, we're looking at 70% agree. So it does seem like, again, with all surveys, you're gonna have stuff that kind of like you go, it kind of contradicts it. So I appreciate everything that you guys do to go through and weed out the contradictions and really what is the data. I know it takes a lot of work and I can't do it looking at it, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. I will say, with the new aperture that I've been talking about, the elementary schools have done it. The high schools are going to be doing it this month. What's nice about that is it really is much more personal and learner centered so that we can get to those, you know, a deeper dive into more individual concerns and, you know, feelings of belonging and safety. And it also comes with some really good solution focused suggestions. So I'm looking forward to pairing that with what we have here as well.
I'm surprised that the raising of questions generated kind of a balance between yes and no. And with so few of different race, it's interesting to see that that's probably a pretty significant issue.
Yeah, it was hard to know. That
There was too many neutrals.
Something that I had wanted to talk about. Talk about the wording of something and for especially if you look at maybe it's the 6th and the 7th graders and maybe not so much the 8th graders because you're looking at some development. That's kind of why I wanted to see the different grade levels. Is the word experienced? Is that something, meaning have you experienced it? Have you seen someone experience something, or is it have you learned about something?
Yeah.
And it's hard with a click to know if that wording was correct. I know I had said it to Linda and it's hard. You can't make wording perfectly, but yeah. I'm sure if we have any further questions, as I said before, email them to Jen, copy to Doug. And if you want, you can include all of us, but as long as we don't all reply all. Yes, because usually when you reply to all the board members anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
This way we're all on the same page. We all know what's going on.
absolutely, no problem. And so that's and I will get the grade level. It's just literally I have to go into the
I have a
swim too.
But you thank you for coming here on your birthday and giving us all this data.
Which is my
Happy birthday, Jen.
Which is my least favorite Google application is Google Sheets.
I feel bad you had to give me napkins on your birthday.
Yeah.
Right?
I could have given you
have
my
an opportunity to get into the Google.
So I have the district reporting numbers from November and in December, if you would like to hear those quickly, and also the Google Sheet conversation and our 2022 Connecticut cohort graduation rates for Coggin Regional High School. We can do all of that. I can send you this. I don't know where everybody is for time and the agenda. I do not, I know there was, I have the agenda.
I think on the first part of that, I personally would rather wait, and even if you reported it next time, but on the Google form, I think that's what I prefer to have discussion to put on the table. Yeah, because that's been out there for a while. Yeah. What was finally decided with the form, I know I had sent out a suggestion that, you know, I felt the simpler the better, just an explanation at the beginning as to what it's about. And then the importance of the student putting their name as well as the name of the student or whatever they're reporting.
so that it can be investigated, and then the other piece would be to be in detail, to listen, explain in detail what it is they're reporting or wanting to share. That was my thought. I didn't know where it went from there.
So I haven't changed anything. I figured that was a conversation that the board wanted to have. And we, Cheryl, Deb and I, vetted the form in the sense that we wanted to make it a real usable document for us, to have all the needed information right at hand. And not too simplistic so that you run a fine line, because you need enough information, and it needs to be detailed enough, so that we can jump into an investigation and look into all of the different options. We also wanted it to be not just the bullying, but the discrimination piece of it too, just to fit under those policies. And again, I think in the reporting form that we have, we talk about, if it's a true emergency, we want people to, contact an adult immediately, call 911 if they are an adult, those things, but I'll leave it up to discussion for all of you.
Yeah, and if I could add too, I think, just to reiterate, I think from our perspective, the purpose of this is not to be anonymous.
No.
Because if it's anonymous, we have no ability to actually address the issue, but the point is to allow the learner to report kind of discreetly.
Correct.
Whereas there may be a stigma now associated with, you walk into the counselor's office, you walk into the principal's office, your friends are asking you, and then kind of something happens. And so, but this doesn't preclude the opportunity to walk into the principal's office. That we certainly want people talking to our administrators and counselors and other staff. It's just something to give another way, because it was articulated that some people just aren't going to walk in and do that. And especially if there was a physical form to fill out, this idea that if you're filling that out, you're kind of in like a fishbowl of sorts, and people are walking by, and that people just aren't going to do that, especially at certain ages, which we just kind of talked about. So I think
that form's
so that's
extensively longer than this one as well.
right. So that was the intent and the purpose, and I think we just want to feel good about you guys feeling good about whatever it is that we.
And
that we
I
do.
think what it comes down to, for me, like, board discussion wise, I think I sat and I thought about this one today, and, in talking, like, just in my own head. And I wish this hadn't come to us, because I felt like it ended up being something that the board was doing when we have very capable staff to do this, but we were, asked to address it as a board. We've gone so many months without knowing, there's data that could have been there if we had put this together a couple months ago. So I would like to see it go forward as it is now. And if there's something that needs to be changed, it's not something that's set in stone. If something's not working, then you guys will know it's not working. But I worry about what we're missing, day to day, if there's something that could be reported. I don't know how everyone else feels, but.
I agree. We won't know until we get it out there and start using it. And I think what's important to value and recognize is that we had student input on this. So that we have not only the staff input who's, expertise in their field, but what the students feel is also important to have. And I think if we make it too simple, students might not even think of things that they should add that are of significance. And then if they have the ability to put that in anonymously, we can't reach out to them and kind of be like, we really needed this extra, but it's anonymous, so we can't continue the investigation. I would hate to see that happen.
And if it does need to be changed, and it does need to be more simplistic, and kids are saying, I don't want to fill it out because it's too complex, then, that's what you guys are.
Evidence-based practice, we'll get some data on it.
We could definitely tweak it, and it's not very long because it uses skip logic. So I gave you guys the PDF of it, but when you're in the form, if you click a button, it skips questions, so it is much shorter depending on what you're reporting.
No, I think choose your own adventure.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So any other thoughts? Are we
Yeah, and let me just throw out
Get
in the
it-
same vein,
it out
the idea that by, by us becoming involved in this process, we slowed it down rather than move something forward and take. And I think we're going to discuss this at the retreat, but I think we do need to be mindful that we don't get lost in the weeds of some of the decisions. We pay y'all some good money to run the district, right? And to make these decisions and,
They are administrative decisions.
right. And so I worry that part of why we don't have our board goals is because we often get lost in the weeds of, and I'm not saying I don't, because I clearly monopolize the literacy conversation. So I will work on that.
Admitting is the first step.
That's right. That's why, there's only 11 more. Yes, you should have a gong. But so having said that, and acknowledge that, I think that that's something we want to be mindful of, is that we.
Right, but I think because
We should be
it
concentrating
had-
on other things that we have you very smart people for.
Yeah, and it came, but the thing is, it came before the board, and I think the board feels that they have an obligation to at least show that they're interested in it, to ask about it, to have some involvement in it, but not to do
Well, we
all of
certainly
the
do.
involvement. That's
Without
how these things happen too.
Yeah, and
sometimes.
we were tasked
So-
to look at programs that actually were gonna change the budget, which did end up coming to our purview. The fact that we were gonna have to put money towards it. Luckily, this is, why we have great administrators who are able to do it without having to have us allocate funds to it. So I think that it's gone so far back that we forget that it was a budgetary.
Gonna buy
thing.
something, yeah.
Yeah, so.
I agree with you, Lindsay. I think that we need something because right now it's better than what we have. I do think I tried really hard my first read of this to read it as a teenager, and I have to say that I think that it does have a tone that will scare several kids away, especially with the first question being, do you agree to the terms?
Yeah.
In my opinion, I really feel, I'm not really sure the reasoning other than legalities of why that question has to be there, but I guarantee you probably 50% of the kids are going to run after that first question. So if there's any way to possibly remove that, I'm all for getting rid of that, because I feel like we just want the kids to give information. We don't want them to sign their name in blood and agree to terms. It's like, and I'm thinking of the kids, like, there's some really critical stuff that kids in the spur of the moment need to let us know or let the administration know. And we don't need to worry about them agreeing to terms to let us know this. That was my only feeling of that. And then my other big question is, there's a majority of kids that simply aren't going to tell us anything if it's not anonymous. And I've dealt with it myself personally. I think that kids are afraid of retaliation. I just wondered what other options, if there's any other than this, or in addition to this, how do we let the very important population that wants to tell us something but wants to do it anonymously to be able to let us know that?
I agree with you on, you must agree to the terms. We can thank you for that feedback. We can certainly look at how that reads. And it's really just to let people know that it's not anonymous. So in terms of the confidentiality piece, Maura, I completely hear what you're saying, and I have this internal battle every so often, because I believe in confidentiality, and I know that kids want to remain anonymous in reporting things and remain safe. The issue we have is, if there's anonymous reporting, we cannot follow up if there is an emergency or crisis or something that has to be looked into right away. And if we can't get to the person reporting it, it's not
actionable.
Yeah, it also becomes a practical challenge for whoever's investigating, and I don't
All of it,
disagree with you
yes.
either, Maura. I
Yeah.
have the same dilemmas that Jen does and that you does, but if you're in the position of the investigator, typically what you do is the form is just alerting you, and then you have follow-up questions, and part of what you're trying to do is determine, is it even credible? Because if you don't do that and you start investigating someone for a would-be, hey, I got this anonymous tip that you did blah, blah, blah. Now you may be calling somebody into the office inappropriately and making them feel like they've done something wrong when you haven't even done anything to be able to validate that what is being said has any truth to it. So I don't know how we get past that, kind of doing our due diligence with investigating, but
I think it's hard. I think when you're looking at
I agree, yes.
saying that you want something to be anonymous too, but we also talk about empowering our students to really stand up, and if you are able to either look up the speaker that came, Mr. Halligan, that came strong and talking about being an upstander and standing up for your friends. And I know kids don't want the fear of retaliation, but we really need to enforce that. If you see something, you need to say something. And I know it's hard. We all do it every day, but if we could teach kids something that they can take when they graduate here, is that there's always going to be things that are uncomfortable and a risk to take. But if it's a risk for your friends or your school or your family, you have to take those risks.
But the complainant should still also be protected, and I'm sure Doug and his staff will protect the complainant, which is what they're supposed to be doing. So, I mean, in order to investigate something, to Doug's point, you need a complainant. You need to be able to verify. You can't just accuse somebody without verification.
Yeah. But you could also see something that you don't 100% know is accurate, but you want to investigate it, and I think we can do that with teaching these kids to really step out of their bounds. And
I agree, Lizzie. I mean,
I
even
would-
in my
Sorry,
job
go
in nursing administration, I still have nurses who are unwilling to report things to the fear of retaliation. So that continues on through adulthood. We shouldn't it's not just with the students, it continues on into adulthood as well. And I don't know if there's some kind of way we can make this. I mean, when I have nurses that come and confide in me, I put in the report and I put my contact information. So I'm effectively the leader in that situation. And then I get pulled and I have the discussion. I'm like, these are the people that came to me. I'm concerned X, Y, and Z. So maybe if, in advisory, students are coming forward and they're not comfortable filling out this form, maybe the advisor does it, or there's a student that's willing to be like the leader in the senior class, like, someone like Julia who helped pilot this. If maybe students are willing to go to specific people and we can get those people to report it, we at least, maybe the person who wants to remain anonymous, their info is not on here, but the person that they confided in knows and can give more information in regards to the investigation. And I think there will be a lot of weight that's carried. And if people are reporting this, how do we as a district respond? Because if people go out of their way and take that step to report it, and then they see that there's no action taken, they're probably not going to do it again. So
yeah, it's hard to make a minor liaison to a complaint too, because then you're putting them in a position where their brain's not fully developed in making the decision that could put somebody at risk if they're not.
But they have to have some way.
Yeah, that's the hard part, and I don't know all the answers to it, but I know we can catch some stuff and.
Yeah, and I guess my opinion, I think it's all of yours, is that having this better than the current situation, we don't have it. So it still isn't perfect solution, but it's a step in the right direction.
Yep.
If nobody ever.
I agree.
Then we'll know it,
We do have the trusted adult, I mean, just my 2 cents, they do have the trusted adults in the school. I mean, they know if something is bothering them, they do have guidance, they do have, some trusted teachers who do bring things to our attention. It's still my responsibility to investigate it, whether it's, truth or perception. And I always tell anyone that's in my office, like, nobody's lying, it's just somebody's perception, right? And so we go through that, but without someone to talk to about who saw the situation, to John's point, my hands are tied. I can't accuse somebody wrongly just because somebody said so.
Right, it's taking extra time away from you guys to really, like, in your own back of your head, where you've got 7 situations that you have an anonymous complaint and you're trying to essentially investigate something you may never have an answer to, and that's not fair to do to our staff.
But yet I want to know, I want them to be able to have, if they don't feel comfortable going to guidance or a trusted teacher, this is just another way. The papers are in the office. I think Julie would say my office is pretty welcoming most days, right, Jill? But that's my perception, right? Not everybody feels that way. So that's okay. Give them one more tool. just give them one more tool for the toolbox, and they've got several ways to do it.
Right.
They can also complete this remotely.
Okay.
They don't have to do it at school when they feel like all their friends are maybe watching them and so again, and I think the non-anonymous piece of it hopefully builds in some responsibility too, that people wouldn't do this kind of frivolously or as a joke to get their friends in trouble, because some kids might do that, or even more maliciously intended, that, you know,
Can they do it on a home computer, not a district provided,
I don't know that answer.
so that they maybe would feel more
You know that answer?
Now,
As long as they have, yeah,
You have to log in.
it has to be Google.
Yeah. 'cause they have
Could
to
they
say
use
their
their
person.
like, could you use?
Still have to log into that.
Yeah.
It has to be- it has to be.
Any computer, you can go
a
to
Google
Gmail,
account.
so there's always log into your account.
But you can
Like
also,
district.
you can also set the form so that they don't have to have a Google account.
Right. So that teacher would have. to
I mean, and that
return-
means that I could send it. It means someone in Singapore
it
could
would-
do it.
I would.
Well, that's what I mean, but
Restricted
it
to
is
users
possible.
within your district. Possibly, yes.
Yeah, we wanted, yeah, no, we only wanted it.
Yes, thank you for the Singapore comment. Yes.
I think the key is promoting that kids have the
Option.
ability and options
Yeah.
to do it several different ways, and promoting it as teachers and as administrators, that don't be afraid to do it. And I think that's
Yes.
by promoting it more and more and more, hopefully we're gonna get something, right? So I think it's the right
Yeah.
direction. Let's just move forward and,
I like the promoting part, like even if they come through in person, walk them through the form.
yeah,
and be
or
like-
make sure that it shows up maybe on the daily announcement once a month
we can do
or something like that.
And that's exactly what I was thinking too, is I completely understand what Lindsay's saying as far as it is a great learning opportunity for kids to learn to speak up and to step up. I feel like unless you learn that, or you're given that opportunity to explicitly like be in that position, that the kids, I think it's a great opportunity to constantly talk about this. And I mean, not constantly, but like an annual, I'm picturing like an annual assembly of a reminder of standing up against, what's wrong. Also just like in the advisories too, like constantly using it as a tool, not just something that's introduced to them once and then like kind of like on the side. I think it definitely should be something that is praised for using in the right way. And I do believe that the more that that's reiterated, that kids will feel more confident using it, even though it's not anonymous. And I do agree with you, Deb. I know it would be close to impossible for you to work with anything that's anonymous. So I totally get that part too.
Yeah, that is. And we're also thinking about putting it in a more prevalent location on the district website. So right now, all the bullying and paperwork and harassment, and all of those things are under my web page. And it's my tab, so you have to kind of look for it, and it takes some time and effort. But if we have a school climate and reporting tab, right, that's easily accessible right on the district website, that'll help with people. What's that?
We can put it in class like also.
I think I think we've explored a lot of avenues with this. If you have any other thoughts, again, you can always email and do move on under new business.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote to accept the 2023-2024 district calendar.
Can I give a brief
Yes.
summary of what's in there? And hopefully you can pull it up where you've had a chance to look at it. I'll start by saying that staff knows that this is probably my least favorite topic to discuss with the leadership team. Because it's like herding cats and everyone wants this day off or that to do this and
We did
so
spend a little time on this.
we did, and it was good for me to practice that because most times we have a different dynamic in those sessions, but what you see in front of you is the recommended calendar, and you don't have to adopt it tonight. We'd like you to. We could push it back a month, but certainly people like to know when graduation is going to be, the start of school, all of those things. Craig is here. He graciously kind of looked at it with me and shared it with some of the building leaders in the teacher association and the union. And I'm not saying that there was 100% agreement with every part of this, but I think generally people feel like this kind of makes sense. It in some ways it isn't that different than what we currently do. Not that makes it great, but at least it isn't that big of a shift. I'll point out a few things to you that I think most people want to know. August 28th is programmed to be the first day of school. And June 12th is programmed to be the last day of school. And also graduation. If you recall, we do have the ability to lock in that graduation date once the school year has started, which we did in September of this year. And I think to me, that's really important, because if the seniors don't do all their days, okay, whatever, but at least parents and families, friends can really know that day is going to be there. I want to point your attention to something we put into this year's calendar, and we decided to continue it, even though we don't know if it's going to be a thing, but we haven't had any snow days yet, and I probably just jinxed us for saying that, but if you look on the calendar, they're in the color white, but they've got a solid like border around them. These are reserved as snow makeup days, and so basically what happens is, and I know the font is very small, but it says 180 student days and 187 teacher days. If you count, which I'm sure people are doing, these actually add up to 183 and 190. And the point here is, most years we have a few snow days. And so by pre-programming these in here, we don't have the need under the state regulations to make any of those up until we reach 3. Conversely, if we don't use 1 or 2 or 3, these then become days off for the learners and for the teachers and other staff that fall into those categories or contracts. And in my experience, where you do this and you have a year where everyone's bitter because there were no snow days, they start looking at what the weather might be like in May and June and feel like maybe those aren't bad days to have off either. So we continue that. We actually added a third one. There were only 2 in this year's. So we went with that. Probably the biggest change, and this is directly from our strategic plan and is also reflected in the work of our recent negotiations with our teacher union, is trying to make this fit more our vision for professional learning. And so some of the changes that you'll see is that there is fewer designated in-house professional learning where we kind of expect everyone to do it on that day. And what we have instead are 2 days designated as June 13th and 14th in this calendar that are technically professional learning days. But our hope is that nobody comes in those days to do professional learning, because through what we negotiated and through what we've kind of litmus tested over the past couple cycles, the idea is to ask our teachers to come up with their own professional learning activities throughout the year that, there'll be accountability with principal approval, and then they can count that for credit, even starting in the summer before the school year starts, because we know there are teachers who just kind of donate their own time to do things that actually help them grow professionally and improve the learners, or their support of the learners rather. Another thing that you won't see on here for professional learning that is very different than the current calendars is we've eliminated any of the early release professional learning days. We typically have a handful of these during the year, and the basis for this is our schools do not all start and end at the same time. And so the ability to actually do anything across multiple buildings in that space is problematic, because either one group is staying late or getting out early. And so it's pretty limiting. But probably the bigger factor is, this is maybe where we had some debate and discussion, but this is where we are. Those days tend to not be great learning days because they're not the regular schedule. They also tend to be ones that parents and families sometimes find to be very disruptive to work schedules. And so this is what we think we should try for this year. And I think what may have to happen is that, we're going to have to make sure that we still have adequate time to do the things that we need to do. And the staff is going to work with the teachers and the leaders in each building to make sure that we're still able to do everything that we can do. So those are the highlights. And I know it's late, so that's probably more than you even wanted to hear if you read it. But before you vote on something, I'd like you to have it explained to you a little bit, so you don't say, I didn't even know I voted for that, or you didn't see the difference. The professional learning, I'll say real quickly, just so you know, because it's come up since I've been here. The 3 days that we chose as the full you have to do. One is during the day that teachers return. That's August the 24th, their second day back. One is election day, which we've chosen because that one statewide tends to be one that everyone likes to do. So there's opportunities between schools. And the other one is the 16th of February, which I'm told historically has maybe been there dating back to a time when maybe there was a whole week off with the President's Day holiday. And so this does give families that extra day on Friday. The teachers come in, but at the end of that, it still starts their 4-day weekend. So what is not there are some of the other days we've had, including the Monday after the Durham Fair. And some people like that and some people didn't like that, but we felt that wasn't one that we would choose with the 3 that we had, wanting to have 2 in the fall rather, and 1 in the spring. Did I miss anything, anybody? Is that okay?
Any questions about what Doug said?
What Doug said, the calendar.
Any questions? Okay. Veterans Day had been brought up by Maura in the past about taking time off, whether it should be a day off or whether the student could be in school. And I believe this year Veterans Day is actually the 11th, which is a Saturday, 11th of November, but it's being celebrated on the 10th, so the kids would have been in school anyway. I personally like the idea of having the students in school, and I think so much was done this year with veterans in school. And I would hope that come next year at our December meeting, that they would showcase some of the things that were done in the schools so that we have an opportunity. So if we didn't have an opportunity to go to the schools, we have an opportunity to see what's going on. And I think I'll kind of ask Maura if she has any comments on that.
No, thank you. I did notice that it was on a Saturday for next year because that has been my yearly request. And I do love that idea to have some showcasing. And again, I'll just reiterate what I do every year, I just love the idea. And I really hope that every school makes most of that day to use to a full extent. And I think it's really great that they use the week, but I do believe being physically in the school on the day of recognition is really important for us to use that to the best that we can to honor the veterans. Otherwise, again, I know many people say that it would be better to just let people recognize it in their own way, unless we're able to do it within the school day. Thank you for bringing it up again.
The next part of this is Columbus Day. And I do want to say something. Nick brought up the fact that it's still considered a state and federal, it's considered Columbus Day. And I had written something up last year about this because I know it came up, but we never really discussed it. And so I'm going to just put it out there and then we can have a discussion. Is that I'm not in favor of changing or renaming Columbus Day. The accomplishments of Columbus should not be ignored. It's because of him and other explorers who braved completely unknown circumstances that people of that time learned about the actual physical world. Those accomplishments deserve to be recognized, honored, and remembered. Yet there's more to our history than just the discovery of the continent. During our year in the public realm and in our schools, we celebrate Veterans Day and veterans and their services. We celebrate Martin Luther King and his contributions, Independence Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, Juneteenth, Black History Month, etc. Some of these celebrations occur in school, some as a day off. That said, the plight of Indigenous people also needs to be recognized. Except for the Indigenous people, all of our U.S. citizens are immigrants, either directly, first, second generation, or somewhere in their ancestry, there is a member of the family who immigrated from another part of the world to the U.S. To recognize the uniqueness of our country, the uniqueness of our history, all of these people should be recognized and celebrated. Just as we honor our veterans in school, why can't we do the same for the Indigenous people? Classes of immigrants like Europeans, Asians, Middle Eastern, etc., because each class contributed a part of what makes the U.S. what it is today. Why can't we do this during the school year? This is what I'm asking that the schools do, and I think in many cases they do, but to make sure that it's specifically done, and set aside a day, a month, or a whole month, whatever, to recognize these people, their history, their contributions, without replacing one recognition for another, since they all are part of our history. Those are my thoughts, and I'm going to open it up to the rest of the group.
I mean, as Coggins Regional High School, we were one of the few schools with the Native American name. We have the Mattabesset tribe, the Mattabesset River. We have, you know, a whole series of indigenous relationships with our school and our school system and our community. And I think it's important to, you know, recognize that I don't see any reason why you can't have Columbus and Indigenous until we can figure out if Columbus has to be recognized. I mean, a lot of people are eliminating the Columbus Day, you know, because they, you know, feel that the impact on the indigenous species, peoples, you know, both in North and South America, you know, is troublesome. And so I think, you know, we could have it the day, and you could call them both days for now until there's, you know, a decision made somewhere that Columbus Day doesn't need to be a holiday anymore.
And that was going to be mine, but thank you for saying that, because, and many districts have made that step, which is October 9th would be Columbus Day / Indigenous Persons, Indigenous Peoples Day. And to set to just 23 states, only 23 states, not even half of the nation, continue to observe Columbus Day. 19 states observe Indigenous Peoples Day. So it's not an outlier. It is a movement. It is a progression. And I think that the compromise is, as you said, you know, this step in the direction to recognize, because I agree. You know, if it was 1491 and somebody told me to jump in a boat and try and go find, you know, I'd be like, what are you, crazy? I got a hearth here. And so what Columbus did was an amazing feat of technology and bravery. However,
but we also don't expect the Vikings who were here before it. So
it also triggered a genocide.
Yeah.
And Columbus himself committed atrocities. I used to think, yeah, well, you know, it was inevitable. Well, no, he himself committed atrocities. So until we make a different decision, I think that the compromise, and this, in my opinion, the step in the right direction is to have the day be recognize Columbus for the bravery and the technological event, but also recognize the grave consequences and the peoples on whose land we continue to live.
And I respect that fully. I struggle with it being a little bit backwards, because looking at surrounding districts, looking at surrounding towns, and looking at our state, I would expect that as a district that we would follow our state guidelines, and then if our state guidelines change to the state level, then our district could look at it. And I worry about doing it backwards. But I do think, I think what Lucy's saying is that, and I don't know honestly where, if it's in a curriculum or if it's personal projects. I know we had a great Indigenous Peoples Day presentation with the town of Durham. I just think personally at this time, I just think that we need to wait for guidance from the state, and then as a public school system and move from there. I did look a lot. I looked at different towns. It seems like our regional districts have all kept it as Columbus Day. There's a few outliers that have had both. Hartford Public Schools, I believe, has changed it fully. I don't know if anyone else has.
Bridgeport, no, there's a lot. 2015 Bridgeport did it.
Bridgeport did.
In 2015.
I have to agree with Linda and Bob. I would be in support of equal billing for kind of both on that day. We're gonna do Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day. You know, at the same time, I don't fully agree with like the backwards part. I mean, I think it's I think we just have to be respectful, and maybe the surrounding areas, maybe we're the district that's gonna make them, you know, make that movement after we do it. I think it's just a recognition of those who haven't been recognized for far too long. And I think if we do that before state guidelines come out, okay, I would be in support of equal billing for it as it stands right now. And then if something happens in the future and changes are made, then we look at it then.
Any other thoughts? Anyone online? Anyone else here?
I agree with the definitely the recognition and like combining the two, obviously, since we have no other mandates at the time. I just find that it's a fine line when we decide on our own what is determined a holiday or not, or a federal recognition or not. I think we have to be careful not to rewrite our own history. And, you know, I mean, if just the top of my head, I'm thinking, okay, so, you know, there's many other men or people in history who we've recognized or continue to recognize. Do we start just never discussing their contributions to our society? And that's a fine line for me. So if there's a decision between removing it or adding, I would say that we definitely have to recognize both at the time for the recognition.
I would also say the federal government does recognize Indigenous Persons Day on a yearly basis, like well, with some exceptions, since 1988, there's been, and again, with some exceptions, there have been a declaration on the federal holiday of Columbus Day, recognizing it also as Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Exactly.
See, and I look at it a little bit differently. I think that Indigenous people should have their own specific day and their own specific celebration, as opposed to
Then get rid of
coupling it with Columbus. Columbus is there as a representative for all the accomplishments that were done. And if we want to talk about people's grievances, I think if you go back in history, there's a lot of individuals, there are also a lot of civilizations, and even that exist today, that do things that are egregious to other human beings. It's not just a unique thing that happened to Columbus or to any of the other explorers or other people in history that have been brought up. I think that the plight of the Indigenous people is a very critical one. It's a very sad one. And I think that it should have its own place, its own time. You have Black History Month, there's a recognition of the Black community. You have Veterans Day, it's a recognition of the veterans. Why are we splitting Columbus and Indigenous? Why not just have Indigenous people have their own day? And however the school decides to do that, doesn't necessarily have to be a day off, because not all of these are days off. Like Veterans Day is not a day off anymore. It's a day that's celebrated in school, and it's probably celebrated better in school than if the kids are home, because they don't know why they're home. They're just homes.
Then we'd be picking a random day for Indigenous Peoples' Day as well, right? Which I don't think.
I mean, it doesn't matter what day.
Right, and
And everyone's gonna have a different opinion.
Yeah.
And I think it just comes down to whether or not we're gonna decide to do something or not. And I'm in favor of keeping Columbus Day as it is, not because of my own personal feelings, but I understand everybody else's opinions on it, but I'm in the same boat as Lucy.
I'd rather put our energies towards directly influencing the students. Okay, I
Right.
understand the.
I would
the
definitely
emotions.
support a curriculum or something that would educate these kids rather than
Can I at
dealing
least
with
ask?
the day.
Can I at least ask to those points, are the other parts of the calendar okay?
Yes.
Graduation commitment, that is parents, that is a direct.
We'll put whatever
Yeah.
name you want us to next to
Well, the thing is,
October 9th.
I wouldn't be in favor of leaving Columbus unless we're sure that there's something that's put in the curriculum to make sure that Indigenous people have their a celebration, their history, their background, as well as other cultures that have contributed to what the United States is today. You know, I'm a first generation from immigrant parents here, so I wouldn't be here if they never came over. So, yes, they were Europeans, but they all contributed, all of these different, groups, and they're still contributing because we're still getting immigrants and they're still contributing to the formation of our country. And I think that needs to be recognized. And I don't think our history books tell the true story. I think a lot of it's been whitewashed, and I think that needs to be out there, but I think they deserve, you know, I watched the movie, Dances with Wolves, and I walked out of there absolutely embarrassed to be a white person, but also because of what happened to these Indians. So I think the kids need to know that if it's not there for them already. And I don't want it to get mixed up with something else. I think it needs its own place.
I agree with John. The more I'm thinking, more I'm listening to this too, I think that, like we said, I mean, I think we have to be careful of rewriting history and adding our own opinions. We all come from different backgrounds, and I think that we're all agreed, majority of people are agreed that Indigenous people need to be recognized. I agree with you, Lucy. Mostly it would be wonderful for it to become a federal holiday on its own, but I think it's a tricky situation for us to start rewriting it and going against state guidelines at the time. And I really do believe as a state public school, we should be following what they do.
So again, recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day is not against state guidelines.
Right.
It's not. Many districts do it. Many towns do it. So, I mean, there are a lot of debates to be had, but again,
I agree with Lucy though, like it's fine. I mean, it's not funny, but it's awkward to me to have them both be acknowledged on the same day. I do agree. Like the more I think about it, it's very bizarre.
And so what I always try and ask people to do is to switch perspectives. Now imagine being an Indigenous person who is forced to recognize Columbus Day, which is the impetus to a genocide of my people. So I hear what you're saying. It is to have both of them be on the same day to be uncomfortable for one segment of the population. It is just as uncomfortable for another segment of the population for it to be Columbus.
I don't think anybody's arguing that. I agree with you. But at the end of the day, we decide whether or not we're going to change this or not. And I think we just take this to a vote and see what happens.
I think without removing Columbus, if we just add for now, Indigenous Peoples Day, just to give them the recognition. I know we want to build it into the curriculum and all that, and we still can do that by adding Indigenous Peoples Day there on the same day with Columbus Day for the time being.
I have a question about the calendar. So,
Really?
yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So we started on a Monday this year, and I know that there was a lot of kickback on starting on a Monday, that the kids were like dead tired on a Friday. Is there any way does that have to happen?
We talked about that.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Can we say it again?
We started on a Monday for the
full
first,
week.
at
having
least
a
for the
full
first
week.
time that I know.
So the thought is to ease the.
Then Labor Day is that Monday, right?
I mean,
Um,
I was okay, but I do want to recognize it because I know that we've had a lot of.
Every Monday.
I'll tell you, in my opinion, that just has to do with kind of what we've always done, because everywhere I've been, you start on Monday and people just kind of get used to it. But let me say this. One of the things we liked about this calendar, and so did the teachers union, is the fact that with this calendar, we were able to give not just teachers, but children off on December 22nd, which hasn't always been the tradition. And having that as a full day. So the easiest way to do what you're asking, if you want to start on a Tuesday instead of a Monday, would be to make December 22nd a day. And I just would rather, I think it'd be more palatable to have the full week in the beginning and get used to that.
Totally
And
agree.
get that nicer break at the holidays, but that's just, and not that there wouldn't be another way to do.
The next week, it looks like,
What's
there's
that?
4-day week, the next week, so they.
Right, that's the other
Day.
thing, you do a full week and then you go into Labor Day, but in fairness, Lindsay, we heard some of that feedback, Craig even got some of that from some of the folks, and I think to be fair, some of that even breaks out differently amongst the different ages.
Yeah.
That
Right.
people are serving.
You know,
We can
from
call a vote for the, where, I mean.
Yeah,
we're
I just
looking
wanted to
at
say from the
9:30
teacher's
right now.
perspective, it was kind of nice having the transition, but then on the other hand, you just started to build the children into a routine. And then it got broken for a few days, and then you built, and then it got broken again because you had only 4 days. And so that was kind of like not so.
From a
not
teacher's
so
point of view, it depends on how traumatic the first few PD days are. To
Yeah.
deal with that first week. That's, I have empathy for them as well.
I feel.
Side
Now they get a weekend.
This year would be nice because my birthday falls when everybody's in school, so they would have recognized it. But anyway,
So, well.
That's not said,
while
we used to
also
start after, so-
respecting,
so-
the discussion, I'd like to call.
Yeah.
For
so
a
let's put out a
motion to
motion.
adopt the calendar as presented for the calendar year 2023-2024.
And a second.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'd like to amend it by indicating that we'd have Columbus and Indigenous Peoples' Day named on October 9th.
9.
As an
Okay, so-
amendment to the motion.
Okay, do we need a second for the amendment?
Second. If we do.
Which one?
Mariah.
Oh, Mariah. Okay, so the first vote is gonna have to be on the amendment.
Right.
So, we're gonna go around, if you're in favor of accepting the calendar with the,
Amendment.
change, the amendment, for, it to be Columbus Day / Indigenous Peoples' Day, we're getting it right?
Yep.
Yes. We'll go
Bob-
around the
I'll go
table.
first.
No,
Bob Moore,
yeah,
yes.
Bob would be.
Bob Moore, yes.
Lindsay Dolheimer, no.
Lucy Petrella, no.
Jamie Roback, no.
John Mano, no.
Mariah Roy, yes.
Linda Darcy, yes.
Jason Stone, no.
Maura Caramello, no.
Amanda Betty, no.
Okay, so the amendment does not pass. So going on to the vote to accept the calendar, the 2023-24 district calendar as presented. We'll go around again.
Bob Moore, yes.
Lindsay Dolheimer, yes.
Lucy Petrella, yes.
Jamie Roback, yes.
John Mano, yes.
Mariah Roy, no.
Linda Darcy, no.
Maura Caramello, yes.
Jason Stone, yes.
Amanda Betty, yes.
Okay, so the amendment, the vote passes to accept the calendar as presented. Of the 2023-2024 calendar as presented. We're going on to item B, to vote to accept the Merwin Fund donation.
Yes, hopefully this will be quicker than the last
Yeah.
discussion. We were generously awarded $10,000 from the Merwin Trust, and we have the check already, but the board needs to formally approve that. As we did last year, we feel like the best use of these funds is rather than the district, myself, or somebody else specifying the use, but to once again put out to teachers the opportunity to apply for a portion of that, supporting our strategic plan, our learner-centered work. We have, I think we went over at Bob's request a couple meetings ago about the great work that's being done in that space by the first group of teachers that went out and did that. And our hope is that they would inspire others. And I think it's noteworthy that the trustees got a chance to come and visit some of the settings where those funds were being put to use. And I think they were pretty pleased. And again, I kind of like the spirit of this. So that's, but you're not actually accepting the use, you're just accepting the donation. So.
And I want to say too, the open studio that's happening, I know at both the high school and at Strong, with this grant has been something that's been so amazing for these kids. And one of mine in particular, to see what Tina Robert has done with these kids, and she is pulling kids from tutorials from, time where they, are just kind of sitting and don't have work done, and she's getting them moving and doing these projects within Open Studio. And I know Amy Schaefer is as well. And I just want to say I'm really incredibly proud of her, especially taking that move from the high school to strong and hitting the ground running with this grant, and I'm just very thankful for it. So I thank this foundation a lot, and I think that I hope that more teachers are going to apply for these grants, and hope we see some more great things come out of it.
And I'll say this too, we will be more on top of this year and get the information out earlier, and because I agree with you.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get more to do that.
Okay, so we need a motion to accept the Merwin Fund donation of $1,000.
Second,
Just by John and Lindsay. Okay, let's do a vote.
Bob Moore, yes.
Lindsay Dahlhammer, yes.
Lucy Petrella, yes.
Amy Rohrbach, yes. Kevin Owen, yes.
Mariah Roy, yes.
Linda Darcy, yes.
Jason Stone, yes.
Maura Carminelli, yes.
Amanda Betty, yes.
Okay, so the motion passes. Moving on to part business C, vote to approve the CRHS senior class field trip to Washington, DC. I'm going to put the motion on the floor and then have a discussion on it. So motion to approve the high school senior class field trip to Washington, DC
So moved.
by Bob and seconded
Okay.
by John. Okay, discussion.
I'm sure a lot of us have received some information on this about the fact that, you know, between the football team and other, this year, the volleyball team was almost affected by it if they had made playoffs. So I'm not sure if there is a way to change it or we take that into consideration, but if it is logistically a problem, I know there's a lot of work, and my son was involved with it this year and they did an amazing job, and kudos to you and your staff that does that.
A
So
lot of details.
if there is a logistical issue with it, I would say leave it as is, but if there's a way to accommodate, that would be great. That's all I wanted to say about it.
yeah, and I
Since
know.
you
I
say
see
it's late,
just,
And the hard part too is that, we did, you guys made it happen, when you needed to, and I think the question is how much would it take to be able to do that and still make sure that, and I do think there are kids that are skipping their senior trip in order to stay for a sport, and I hate to
I think
see
the number
that.
was like potentially 18, I think.
And it's always right during like the high peak times.
I'll just address
And
it
look at
because
senior captains, I mean, I'd hate for a senior captain to miss their senior trip because of,
so it's going to affect somebody sometime because there's no
Right.
time when kids aren't doing something. So that's, and Todd and Craig and I went back and forth since I've gotten here because I know COVID year, they did go in the spring. The issue, this year, it was a bye week for football. They felt the responsibility to come back for practice. They were not required to come back for practice. So that was made clear by the coach who's now has resigned, as you know, and Todd pushed really hard to make sure it was a bye week so that they would have the opportunity to do that. I can't take away, I understand the responsibility of a captain and how they feel about a captaincy of a team, and that is definitely a responsibility. When we look at springtime, we get a little intrusive on April break, softball, baseball,
You could
track,
have April break.
April break.
could it rotate from year to year? One year being November, one year being.
No,
spring?
it's always been in the fall.
No, but could it rotate? So one year, one sports team
Well-
or one group or one,
You mean like moving forward?
This
Yeah.
trip has been going on since my kids were here 30 years ago.
Well, we actually
And
think it's
it's
more,
always been
Okay.
designed to bring the kids together.
Yeah.
At the beginning of their senior year, not at the end of it.
Hmm.
So, I mean, I think the value of it in the fall is just that it's the time when the seniors finally get to realize they're done. And they get to know the other people, they have roommates that are different. And I think Craig has done a tremendous job of bringing the kids together into a social area that they may not have experienced. I know that my grandson went on the April trip because of COVID. But he had a different experience than my granddaughter who just went on the November trip. And my 3 kids all went on at the November trip, and they all still remember everything they've done, and they remember the kids that they work with. And I don't, it just seems to me that the idea of the trip is not to see Washington, it's to see each other and to experience more of each other in that surrounding area.
But is it fair and equitable to all these kids that we're gonna say, no matter what, it's gonna affect somebody at some point?
It's gonna affect somebody all
But
the
if it's
time.
gonna accept, but if it accepts.
Do we have that football schedule already?
No, we don't have the football schedule yet. There's another piece that, and if you'll just let me finish a little bit,
Sorry.
that's okay, Bob. I wasn't really saying that to anyone in particular. There's also a bigger academic impact in the spring. With, it would have to be after April break, which bumps right into AP testing. We have 30 to 40 kids in AP classes. AP testing is the first week of May. And so there's also, along with a sports impact, there's a,
Wasn't it March before?
you don't want, I don't know anyone that wants to go in March. Go ahead.
End of
You can talk
March
about
is cherry blossoms, isn't that
There's
when?
there's no break in March either. No school.
Go ahead, yeah. You can't stand, but you can speak.
Oh.
If we went in the spring, it would be in March time. It would be around the cherry blossom. There is substantially more people in the DC area at that time, which makes movement around, it makes the bus travel much more difficult as well. Which just adds another layer. Logistically, could it be done? Probably. I mean, yes, it's done. But we looked at it. It makes more sense, and I couldn't have said it any better than what Bob said. The whole point of the trip is to bring the senior class together, and it's to make their senior year a senior year experience, not a senior spring experience. If we do it in May or do it in March, it's senior trip, prom, graduation, everything's done in the last 3 months of the trip. Trying to spread everything out.
Well, can I ask to that too, Craig and Deb, aren't there also, not every year, but a lot of times other trips that involve a lot of kids, like music, ones that those are almost always typically.
And those
spring
are
trips.
typically in the spring. We also, I mean, if we went in March this year, she's starting the Matilda play rehearsals. I believe the timing for that is mid-March. That changes the timing of that.
I would also be fearful of scheduling anything where you think there's even a chance of inclement weather that would knock this thing out. And I don't know how late we get snows here.
Remember the October storm in Halloween?
So,
Climatologically speaking,
Right.
like that's. but you
So,
might be right.
right, most of the other sports are done. Yes, we did have, we could have any team that gets into tournament. I have to say, like, the volleyball team had a plan.
Yeah, they had a plan.
They didn't ask us to change something, and that
Didn't
was
we
very
actually
kind
move
of them.
Semifinals up
Yes.
because.
Yeah,
we
they
don't have to
actually
leave
did the
this.
semifinals from Tuesday to Monday, so the girls could travel down with us. And if they had won, they would play on Saturday. They had a plan. Craig and I were waiting for them to come to us with the plan on Tuesday morning, but we didn't have to worry about it because unfortunately they lost.
Soccer had a plan.
Soccer had a plan,
Because there was potential for them as well.
correct?
And football, when they came back for their practice on Friday, the coach gave them Sunday off anyway. So they could have practiced Saturday and Sunday and had Friday off. So.
And
it
I'm
just
gonna,
makes-
I'm in a.
It makes more sense to
Right.
go, it makes total more sense to go in it.
I'm in a better position this year to know what I can ask for and not ask for, not knowing. Getting here this year, don't, you laugh at me.
No, I'm not laughing. What I want to say, and I'm sorry to cut you off,
No.
is a lot of places have just stopped doing things like this
Mhm.
because it's just too hard. And I want to applaud this district for doing it. So whenever we do it, I just hope we keep doing it because it's a lot of work for these folks, but for those that have done it, for the testimonies we've heard, it's a really important thing to continue.
Down to the tape,
What?
And,
down to the tape.
you
I
know,
just think it's
however,
hard to see when you see a senior trip. Usually it's a celebration for like an end of the year. I mean, that's how I grew up, is that it was always an end of year.
There are
trip
8 senior boys. There are 8 senior boys on the football team this year. Last year, there were 4 senior boys. And 2 of them were captains, and senior boys are the captains, obviously, it's a football team, but and I applaud that responsibility. And I probably won't be popular for saying this. But sometimes we have to make some choices, and that was their choice, and Karen was great, Mrs. Buckley was great to offer to come down and get them, was at her offer. It wasn't at anything that Craig or I did. You know, I want them all to be able to come, and I don't want them to have that heavy burden. But I agree with Craig when he says if he had given them Saturday morning off, then there would have been no issue. They would have been home for practice. They just wanted to be home early or for Friday afternoon, but they did have Friday afternoon practice. They could have had Saturday practice instead. With new coach, new situation, principal that knows better now, with the support of the person running the trip, like, you know, that can be, even if they have a game, like, they're not gonna be, it'll be the last game or second to last game of the season. We're
Just
gonna
like,
do our
you know-
very best to make sure it's a bye week, and I have to say, the Shoreline Towns and the league is very accommodating to the needs, because we do it for other schools that have similar issues. Just like East Hampton did for us to change the volleyball game. They were more than accommodating, and that was wonderful.
So how do you run
regardless-
but how do you run a practice if all the seniors are usually, for the most part, starters? If they're not there,
I'd rather see them miss a practice than miss the game, personally.
I get it, but the commitment, that's what I'm saying is I
I
think
get
that
that.
these kids, that the commitment will be that they will say that a celebration over. And well, it's not the beginning of the season, it's the end of the season, you know, it could mean the difference between, you know, winning a final. What was volleyball's backup plan if they?
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna interrupt since no one knows that I'm trying to talk.
Sorry, I thought-
Can we push it back 2 weeks until after football's finished?
It's December.
It's
In order
December,
to
they're saying.
December's been pretty important.
Well, then we got, and then we have the same problem with basketball. Because
Right.
basketball season starts. we
Right,
push
but
3
you're
games
still-
for the boys and 3 games. for
Like
the
you're
girls.
saying, you're going to always have someone who's gonna miss out. Put it on a different sport then. So the football kids don't feel like they're missing out. I mean, if they're gonna miss out every year from now on.
We
That
feel
was
that
kind of
the-
where I said that
Right.
we could rotate, you know.
And I'm not picking on football, but like this year, you know, 4 senior boys who came back. If we pushed it to the second week of December, we're talking 22 basketball players and some track players. We're looking for the least, and I'm not, again, because this won't be popular, I'm not trying to find, you know, the one sport that has the least number of kids that are seniors that play. I'm just looking for the numbers, right? We have 75 kids that go last year. We had 80 kids that went on the trip.
Can we see how the schedule is gonna play out and then make a decision on this kind of a thing and see if we can move the schedule around for football a little bit or no?
I'm not sure when the schedule for football comes out. I can ask Todd, but I know Craig wants to get this done because he has to book the hotel himself. It doesn't come out till May.
So there's 22 seniors on the basketball team.
Well, I was doing boys and girls, so there's probably 10 and 10. This year, there's 10 volleyball players.
Junior group on both.
There's, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, regardless, I estimate because that's what it was for volleyball.
I just think tonight is one of the nights that we're gonna have like so many things that are, there's not a perfect solution. So I feel,
No, but
I
there's a
feel
lot
bad
of
for.
considerations. There's a lot of considerations that are being made, and regardless of what's decided at this point, I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Bob, because I still remember my trip to Washington. That was a few years ago. And we went in the spring, and it was almost like a culmination of our senior year. And it was just something that we looked forward to, and I remember it very well. So I didn't forget.
Well, I mean, we also have a band trip in the spring. We have a course.
No, I understand that. I know a lot of stuff is just.
That could
what's
go.
meant to
Would like to say something
Correct.
else.
And then I think we're gonna
I
take a
like
vote.
John's like idea to see where the schedule's gonna go.
I've been in charge of the script for 10 years now, and I would bet that this conversation has come up for those 10 years. And I will tell you that we have looked honestly, long and hard, every year, not every year, but many years of that on, you know, possibilities of moving it, what moves it, and, you know, what makes the most sense, you know, what we're trying to do with the trip, what we're trying to get out of the trip, the impact of, on all the students, the impact on education, the impact on the other trips that go on in the district. And it always falls back to, this is when it makes the most sense to do. And, you know, talking with Todd, he's always told me that we can make that week a bye week for football. So it doesn't become a problem for them to bring a game. You know, you talk about missing practices, we're gone for 4 days. There was another time this year when football had 4 days off in the middle of the season and didn't have a problem. They didn't practice for 4 days. You know, again, this week they had 3 days off and they practiced on Saturday where they could have practiced on Saturday, where they practiced on Friday, where they could have practiced on Saturday and Sunday and had the 4 days off again. And again, it just looks like this makes the most sense. It's the most logical time to go on the trip. And so
And
that's
this-
why after
it's a
looking
great-
at this over and over and over again, year after year, we always go back to this time. It makes the most sense for us.
And it's a great life lesson, right?
My kid had a blast.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, my kid had a blast.
Yeah, especially
Okay,
if they're
so
gonna go on to
A
the
kid
college
might have
level.
to choose, right? A kid might have to choose, and yeah,
The
that
other
might
part of
suck,
it-
but.
I struggle between losing $3.37 an hour washing dishes at Time Out Tavern, or do I go to Washington DC and leave my employer in the dust with tons of.
The
I
other
had to make
part-
that decision and I chose to go to Washington DC, and I was happy I did.
The other part of that is, you know, there was the possibility of a volleyball. They had a plan, we had it figured out, we worked it out with volleyball, we had it worked out with soccer if it needed to go. It worked out this year where they wanted to come home and a mom came down and picked up the 3 seniors that wanted to go home for the practice. So and we have it worked out where, you know, it works out for, you know, the events that happen at the time, and it just seems to make the most sense.
And Craig
So
got up
we
at
have-
4:30 in the morning to make sure those boys got to the parents.
So we have a vote on the floor. We've had quite a lengthy discussion and it's getting late. So I'd like to call for a vote. And we'll have to do a roll call vote.
Did we even go over any part of the trip? We only went over the date. Like we didn't.
No, we didn't. It's pretty extensive. I see all the different activities for every day.
I just want to make sure everyone looked at it, that's all.
Any other questions on the actual trip and what's scheduled? There's a lot scheduled out there.
It's exhausting.
Okay, so I'd like to call a vote. Start with Bob.
Bob Moore, yes.
Lindsay Dahlheimer, abstain.
Lucy Petrella, yes.
Jamie Roback, yes.
John Minogue, yes.
Mariah Roy, yes.
Linda Darcy, yes.
Jason Stone, yes.
Maura?
Hi, sorry. The vote is for, it's to remain as is in the fall. Is that what the final consensus was?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Accept the trip as is, as presented.
Maura Caramello, yes.
Amanda?
Amanda Betty, yes.
Okay, it passes, so it's approved. And moving on to D, a vote to approve the high school DECA field trip to Orlando, Florida. So put a motion on the floor to approve the high school DECA field trip to Orlando, Florida.
That's what DECA is. Oh,
So moved by John, seconded by
Second,
Linda. Okay,
so-
DECA, I never remember.
Amy's asking for clarification on DECA.
So DECA's our business, our entrepreneurial and
Marketing.
marketing, career, finance, hospitality group. It's a club run by Ryan Doniker. And I have to say kudos to him as you're asking this question. We were just this week told that we are one of 1,300 internationally recognized at the Thrive level for our community service through DECA and our membership campaign. So we've won 3 spots at this conference. He put it in for this anyway, but we've won, you know, three of these spots for the DECA conference down there, which is what they're going to. Sorry, I don't need that. I couldn't tell you what the letters mean. I should know, but I don't.
so like, the
Um,
entrepreneur somewhere.
Yeah, entrepreneur, yeah. And so he goes I believe every year or tries to go every year, takes them down. They do student professional development in the areas of hospitality, finance, you know, business management. They wear suits, so they look very official. So it's anybody that, you know, like they could be Doug, right? Around this table, they could be him. And so, you know, the costs are a little bit, I won't, not set in stone yet because he can't get the cost for the planes until it's approved and he wants to make sure that that's all done. So, I mean, that's under my purview, but, he's gone every year and they do a really nice job.
Did you say we won 3 spots?
Yeah, three of the, I believe three of the spots are comped by because we won that membership drive or whatever.
My boys have been actively involved in that and,
Yes.
not that they would be going, I'm not sure who the 10 would be, but, Mr. Doniker does a phenomenal job with them. And between the new store, the marketing they've been doing with that and the sales with the shirts and he's got them printing, he's got them doing all sorts of great stuff. So I'm definitely in favor of it.
They had a meeting with Kim at one point to talk about how to expand the store and what it would mean to really.
Right.
Do the finances of it. So they really delve deep, talk about learner centered. They're learning with their hands in the pot.
Where does AP exams fall in April?
Around May 4th,
May.
early
Okay, so
May.
it's the week, they would go the week before that. Correct.
Okay.
Do we have anything that conflicts? With script or?
Not according to the calendar when I sign up.
Okay, so we'll have a vote to approve.
We still have it on policy that if there's COVID or something comes up, they know they have to cancel, right?
Sure.
I mean, it was always written. in the-
Yeah, is it written in on the forms now? Because I know Norm used to.
Don't forget
always
Department of Homeland
say-
Security as well.
Right.
It's not level one, I know.
We should call them up and get it, so we make sure we get it stamped and all.
It's not on this form, but it's been on there.
You put on the other ones, okay.
Bob Moore, yes.
Lindsay Dahlheimer, yes.
Lucy Petrello, yes.
Jamie, we're back, yes.
John Manone, yes.
Mariah Roy, yes.
Linda Darcy, yes.
Jason Stone, yes.
Maura Caramello, yes.
Amanda Betty, yes.
Okay, and we're gonna go on to item 11, committee reports, building committee.
Building committee met, we had a lot of issues. The first one was that on the school reconfiguration, we held off any further discussion until it's actually brought back to the building committee for action. The Coggins Regional High School turf. We have a quote for the replacement and new chrome rubber on it. It's more than we have in our reserve. So Kim is looking to see if we can get a commitment to pay some now and some later and a variety of other options. In order to get it done, we can think that we could save money by getting commitment now and doing it next year when we have enough money in the budget to finish it. So there's a couple options that are being looked at. The work on Memorial Roof and Memorial Mechanics are basically done. They're just waiting for some final paperwork. The pump house for the fire flow from we're strong in the high school. We're waiting for a pump test from the water suppliers. The other issue is the culvert's done. There's a savings of that around $400,000 in savings because we got a grant. Picket Lane 1 is the piece that's done on top of the hill by others. Picket Lane 2 is the rest of the road. Some of that $400,000 could be moved to the Picket Lane project because they're both under the original name. And and we're working very hard to get a proposal down by reconditioning and reclaiming some of the current materials that are there and then get a paving after that. So that's not quite ready yet. I hope we'll be ready for us to consider in the budget, but we don't have that quite yet. I think trying to get it so it's in February that we have some final numbers. The field house, we're going to a sole source provider. We couldn't, you have to make the building smaller to fit on the current slab that's there because there's some ins and outs of the slab. So it would fit on the current slab. It's a little bit narrower and we have a proposal coming in from a contractor under the the price would be under the $180,000 that we budgeted. So that should be done so that we can go out to bid in March, so it could be done this summer. That's it. Give them a
So the field house, we're not gonna go out to bid in the field house because we are gonna go with sole source, so we don't have to bid. So we're gonna go with the vendor that the building committee has been working with. And it will be below the budgeted amount. So we would like to, we probably will be issuing a purchase order soon for that. We have the money in there and we will not be going out to bid for that. We did the RFP and we didn't have any luck with that.
We were looking at a March install on that, right?
We're hopeful, yes. Soon as, and I do believe we got one of the most recent quotes. I think there's still some questions about some electrical work. Once we figure that out, we'll be able to release the purchase order and get things going. I just wanted to add on about the culvert. Bob is correct about around 400,000. It could be a little bit more. Is the local bridge project grant that we got for that. But what Bob had mentioned is because that was paid for under the bonding, the 6.9 million bonding, that 400,000 or thereabouts amount will go back into the bonding pot. And it can be used for other projects that were under that bonding umbrella. Nothing new, only things that were under there. Having said that, Picket Lane paving 2 was in there for a small amount, but it was in there. So we have the potential based on if the board decides it and I don't even know if we need a vote, but to use that money that we're putting back in from the culvert to pay paving, which would help reduce the demand on the budget capital account. Now, I'm not saying I still want to save at 2%, but so that gives us the flexibility of doing other things with that capital. With that also is the HVAC grant that I submitted for the state. It's unknown at this time. I don't know if we'll get it or not. The total grant was $2 million. I don't know if we'll get a portion of that or any. That follows the same process. It's bonded money, so it can go back in and you can pay for things in the bonding project. If we choose not to do that.
Response on that HVAC grant, or just whenever they feel like they want to.
Yeah. If we choose not to put the money back into, I say, wait, you choose the money not to put back into the bonding projects, that money will just go to pay off the bond, the debt service. So it'll have to go pay off the debt service or to do a future project.
And a lot of compliments to that building committee because of they've been researching Picket Lane and how to resurface it. And we were looking at a price of approximately 1.7 million and they have brought it down significantly. We could probably redo that road 3 times and just be a hair over the 1.7 million. So they're coming in at a pretty decent price.
You're absolutely right. And it's a method, but I just want to mention on that though, there was a portion of that removed from the original bid. So there's going to be a phase 3.
Yeah.
So
that portion.
Yeah.
There's going to be a phase 3.
Yeah.
Whereas that quote had all things in it.
But
So
that
it's
portion,
not apples to apples.
yeah, that portion may be allocated differently.
But definitely kudos to that committee.
Absolutely.
Spoke with Howard yesterday and he was at the game and showed a picture of the field house. We're gonna be very pleased with it. And the electrical isn't an issue right now, but they're definitely gonna accommodate it and make it work. So I asked for a cupola and I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Right, and I'm hoping that they bring a picture, at least.
They will.
Send a picture to the board before
They have
it goes, so we get a chance to see it. Going on to the finance committee, I don't know, Jason, I know you were online, so if you don't mind, it's very brief. If I can just report, or did you want to say something in particular? Jason? Hello? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. One of the reports that we had 2 reports from the Durham and Middlefield boards of finance. Durham was here, Middlefield was not, although he submitted an email which was read to the group about what are some of the issues that the towns are dealing with. We reviewed the budget meeting dates, which I believe we have to send a copy out to them. And then rather than having their next board of finance meeting, I've invited the 2 finance committee meeting. I've invited the two Board of Finance chairs or their representatives to our February 8th Board of Ed meeting, when the superintendent's budget is being presented, so they get a firsthand, much more detailed, rendition of the proposed budget. So that's all we had there. Moving on to item number 12, communications. Any communications I've received so far have been, all the board members have been copied on them, so I'm not going to repeat them. There was just one that came from Candace Burrett about some food service issues that she had with her children, and I had referred that. It had already been referred to the head of the food service department, but I also sent a copy to Tim and to Doug. And does anyone else have any communications that no one else has received?
Not that no one else has received, just at the last meeting in December, we had gotten a communication about the possibility of discussing the student board member. And at that last meeting, we had said we would discuss it in January. I obviously don't want to discuss it right now. It's 10 o'clock at night, but we did say that we were going to discuss it.
It's still going to be
Is that
discussed
going
in
to be at the
January.
retreat?
It's
Yeah,
going to
it's
be at
at
our
our
retreat. Yep,
Okay.
it's on the agenda to discuss the committees, and that will also come up at the time.
Is that agenda ready yet to be shared?
We just worked on it today.
Okay.
And, we're looking at on January 21st, beginning at 8, going from 8 to 12.
Opposed to
And
like 9
here.
to 1.
Here.
Instead of 9 to 1, you know, because we do have a number of items, but that should be coming out shortly because we just talked about it today, and I think we pretty much finalized the topics.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
are
she
gonna be on.
typically waits till closer to the date just in case there are any changes up till then, but for Saturday, when would she normally publish it, like Wednesday?
Whatever you think.
Probably about this
But
time.
that's, but the committee reports are on there, board goals are on there, budget is on there, and the superintendent's evaluation.
And the student board member discussion.
Well, that's part of the committees.
Okay. got
Part
it.
of the committees.
All right.
Yep.
And then if you did have that information that you had mentioned the last time having, after reaching out to the CABE chairs, if you
Right.
would mind sharing that to the rest of the
Yep.
board. Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had one where we addressed it with the football team and the Washington trip.
Okay. Anyone else?
More or less shout out to Tim Fisher and parents of performers. They all went to Quinnipiac University last Friday night and represented the district very well with the pep band. Extremely nice facility, but it was welcome to the, you know, they really did it well. They played the national anthem, Eye of the Tiger,
Wow.
but I looked around when they were playing the Whalers Brass Bonanza song, you might be familiar with. And I was looking around the entire facility. I don't know how many thousands are in there. They were paying attention to that band and they clapped.
Very
So
well
the
received.
communication is
Awesome.
all over. When they played that song, that was good exposure for us and good experience for the kids. So, Tim's doing great.
Jamie, Tim's a big hockey guy too, so.
Yeah, the Buffalo Sabres, like they're saying, yeah.
Great job, great job. And they were at the game last night. Too, so they did a great job.
Okay, just a reminder about the retreat on January 21st. There will be refreshments there from 8 to 12. And now we're on public comment. Is there anyone in person who would like to speak?
Be really quick.
Oh, you are a trooper.
Right.
Josh Ettinger from Durham. I will start with, I showed up at 8 o'clock and I was worried when I did roll in that I was gonna be late. So that I wasn't gonna have, any time to sit and sort of get my bearings before I would have to say my words.
You're welcome.
I was definitely wrong. For those of you who are on board, know, and this is not, I'm not trying to say this is a pet peeve, but it is something that's important to me because I think it has sat unfinished for so long. So last year, I did make a big push for my own reasons, and I'll give a quick spiel, which is 10 years ago, the track facility was designed, and it's taken that long before it's able to, we're making another step forward, and I'm really happy to see that. And I'm actually commending the building committee for their work because they're doing an amazing job of finding the best prices and getting the best solution for what we have out there. But I always viewed this as a step one. There are 2 more steps to actually what I would consider to complete the facility: bathrooms in the building and lights for the stadium. When I did get here at 8 o'clock, I saw someone walking around the track with a headlamp on. I'm not suggesting that, the lights would be on all the time, but they did talk about security lights for the use. For better or worse, this facility is not only used for the school. It is a staple of the community. The football games and the outdoor events that are held there are some of the widest and best attended events that the school holds. I love to go to the concerts. I love to go to the plays. all those things are inside the building and they don't have to worry about the time of day that they can hold those events, right? And so it would be nice on the days that I have to work to still to be able to come to the facility and have the ability to utilize it or to see a game or to, you know, you open the possibilities of what you can do with an outdoor facility if it has, you know, facilities such as bathrooms and lights so it can be utilized after, you know, the sun goes down. So the reason I'm coming today, obviously your budget hasn't come out. I'm trying to be proactive and not reactive to what you guys put together. I have no idea what else you have in front of you as far as budgetary constraints. But I'm hoping that you will at least consider putting some money aside if you can't do all of it for the continued progression of that facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for staying.
Seeing no one else, I'm gonna go online. Is there anyone online who would like to speak?
Carl, you want to talk? I don't see a hand, but. I'm encouraged. I love Carl.
Carl's in the office.
No, I think Carl's good.
Okay. Hearing no other comments, motion to adjourn? Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much. 10:05. Long time.
I'm also thankful that we, the original founders of the district, chose the Blue Devil